Do, 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 do. Can everyone hear me? I think so. I hope so. Um, hmm. Let's see how it goes. There might not be some notifications that come up. I don't know. It's weird. Hello, Gayatri. How are you? Welcome in. Hello, Xalia. Welcome in. 13 says, hey, Omar's current feelings and intentions towards me. So therefore, it's weird. This person, Omar, feels like he's biting off more than he could chew with you, and also overspending when it comes to you. So maybe overspending his time thinking about you. Um, there's like some struggling and winning. There could just be that at the moment these thoughts are coming up quite frequently, and he's actually taking that stuff away, like not really thinking about it, you know. How is everyone today? I hope everyone's going well. Azalea, does Albert know I unblocked him? Do, do, do. Yes, this person knows that you've unblocked them just because they were thinking about contacting you, and it seemed like there's kind of like this feeling of connection again. So this person does know that you've unblocked them. Cupcake, Fax Journey, the boy is meant to be with me for the rest of my life. I think there's a temptation to always feel like these people are going to be close to you. However, do you feel like you will have to let them go to experience life, you know? So sometimes when we love people, we tend to want to bring them close to us, but sometimes they need to have their wings and, fly, Munida says, much blessings for me. Knight of Wands. Okay. Five of Pentacles. And Two of Swords in reverse. So Knight of Wands is like good news, good, like almost the card of good news pertaining to travel or just like some good news coming in. I'll just go, there's good news coming in for you. There seems to be a lot more about friendships or relationships for you. In March time, lots more playful interactions with friends. Two of Swords, this is not a blessing, but it could be. It's just like you have to make a life choice. If you made that life choice in March, this is a blessing. So this is kind of like, okay, you would get this in March instead of like waiting on for this. Okay? Underlight says, please, what's coming between me and Aob? Uh, he is my crush. I think that you will get this person. With the Ace of Wands. Just realize keep being active in his like sphere of influence. So, if he does see you quite a lot, then he will think about you a lot. And there's kind of like a struggling and winning. He might be a little bit oblivious about you, like your attentions. But after that, I do feel like with the Ace of Wands, you'll get this person for you. Okay? DG says, current feelings of nervous towards me. So this person does want like a space with you, but it also feels like they're in two minds. So the first thought is that they're very in their headspace. They might want this, but they're not spending time achieving this. And then when they are trying to achieve it, they might do too much. So there's kind of like this feeling of like, I want this, and then kind of putting this off and then trying to do this. So I do feel like this person wants a deeper connection with you, but it does feel like the efforts are between like them thinking that they can't do it and then them overcompensating. Okay. Gabriella says, how does my friend C feel about me? Does she still want to hang out with me? She does. There's kind of like a feeling of her being scared of something that's going on with her family. That she doesn't want to tell you about, and she's only told like a handful of friends like something to do with this. So do you realize that it's not her intention to like cut you off? It's kind of like this feeling of that she feels so like she feels like she's going to be judged by her family, not by her. Okay. Blue Blue Eyes says, may I know when I'll be accepted by King's College in London, or do you see me going somewhere else? Okay, King's College in London. This is definitely giving me London vibes. This feels closer. Yeah, it feels closer. I do feel like it could be in the next 3 months. Um, Yeah, I would honestly get ready for this because I do feel like it's sooner than you expect. So it might be a little bit like, um, yeah, like you have to like pack things and get ready for this because I don't feel like you'll be shocked when it comes in. Um, Guys, make sure that you give people space to post their next question. Oh, well, not their first question. Pucha says, what is the current feelings of Bitsweight for me? Because then we do have like a wall of text of people that are keep constantly posting, and a lot of people can't just get in. Okay? What is the current feelings of Bitsweight for me, Pucha? So there seems to be a feeling of this person doesn't know how to control this relationship. They've kind of let it go. So they're not really focused on it right now. And it does make sense because King of Pentacles in reverse is very focused on money. To the point it's kind of slightly destructive. So they might be quite working hard on their work. And they do find you being annoying. But this is because, you've got to get their attention because they're just working on like their own thing. Lisa says, does my ex want to get back to me? What is his with me? What is his current feelings for me? Okay. Hello, welcome in, Aldonia. Okay, so this person isn't coming back to you. They do think highly of you. They do understand that you are very attractive, very you have a lot of qualities that other people would want. However, this person's not making a life choice when it comes to you. So just make sure, give people space for their questions as well, okay, guys? Um, but there's just like this life choice that they're not choosing to make when it comes to you. And the magician in reverse, there's no imagination. So when a lot of times when we love someone, when we're thinking about them, it's very important, okay? So I don't feel like this person's coming back to you at all, okay? Samia says, Judges, Aquarius, current feelings and intentions for me. Taurus, I hope you're doing well. I'm going good. I'm going good. I just was sitting in a friend's chat, because she's over in Twitch, and I was giving her some kind of love because she's a tarot reader over there. But then, that took a while. You're very welcome, Blue Eyes. So, you are asking about this person, Jandre. So you've got to realize that this person's got a lot of very strong feelings about you. Very strong. So this person's thinking more about the present than focusing on the future. So they're kind of really focusing. I think it's more like the positives of the future, but they are trying to keep their mind on the present. There's a lot of things in this relationship they really like and enjoy, and they want to share that abundance with you. It's not like they're cutting you off, they really want to share with you. And there is a possible feeling of that this person wants to get married to you, or a celebration coming in for you, okay? Thank you, Samia. So there's this card is for of wands. This doesn't mean always marriage, but it can be a lead up to marriage. But there's some celebration coming in that you both share. Okay. Gayatri says, "When will G? How does G feel towards me, and will he be back with commitment?" Hello, Kay. Welcome in. Okay, so this is going to take a slow time. This is going to take a slow time. I don't feel like he's going to offer you commitment. I think that he's burnt his bridges. There's a lot of women in the past that he hasn't committed to. I feel like this is a commitment problem with him. You know, there's kind of like this commitment, like, not being ready. And it's just like, I think it's a school of thought. Like, he's got to address something, It's not just like, oh, I don't like committing. It's more insidious than that. There's a feeling of caring and protecting. So this person does love you in some way. So this is kind of like, I know this relationship's over, but I still want to care for you, okay? Sudeshini says, how does my March love life look like? So how does your love life look like? Firstly, there's kind of a mental turmoil when it comes to love for you. So I would honestly say, if you have some anxiety, you need to breathe. Like, what you need to do is, like, maybe now, like, chat in general, take 5 deep breaths. So bring these in, hold the breath, breathe out. Do this again, guys. Breathe in, hold, breathe out. Do this for another 3 times, okay? Hold it. Okay, so we should be over our anxiety now. I know that like deep breathing will not mean that the anxiety is gone, but it's better than you know. So don't worry about it. Just realize that you're slightly anxious and deal with the dealing of that anxiety in a positive way. Most of the time when we avoid anxiety, we need to stop avoiding it, because the more we avoid the things that make us anxious, the more anxiety we have, because the brain's like, there's got to be a reason why you're avoiding this. So do you realize that to stop the anxiety, you have to go towards it, okay, not away from it? There is a feeling of not just like focusing right now and not focusing on the future. So being more present minded with a positivity of the future. So if you're more positive about meeting the person, then you're in a positive state, a positive manner when you meet this person. However, there is a King of Wands coming in for you. So if you're masculine, this is you. If you're feminine, this is a person coming in for you. But King of Wands is a very really outgoing, very adventurous type person, very creative. They can be fire signs, but that doesn't mean that they have to be fire signs. They just have that feeling of fiery energy within them. And they're very focused on you. So it could be that you go on this first date and this person just brings that out of you, or they're very focused on you, and you'll be like, whoa, this energy coming in is just like interesting. Okay. Okay, ET says, please tell me how he views me, how we will reconnect. Okay, guys, be patient. If I haven't seen your message, that doesn't mean that I'm ignoring you. Okay. So how does this person view you? There's kind of a little bit of guilt from this person. There's kind of like something that they haven't said to you, or they keep trying to not say something. It feels like they try not to say something when they want to. So it could be that there's something that, when you have this feeling like you're wandering around and someone stops you and goes, there's toilet paper on your shoe. It takes like a lot of people feeling very guilty not telling you until someone tells you. And this doesn't mean you're walking around with toilet paper on your shoe. It just has this feeling of like they don't want to upset you or make you feel like you're less than, because it's not about you, it's about the situation. It's about how they feel about the situation. Like some people would be like, toilet paper, that's great, that's all right, walk on. Like they'll be happy for the rest of the day thinking, oh yeah, my day is not as shit as the person that's got toilet paper on their shoe. But that's, yeah, I digress. Like they're feeling a little bit of guilt. However, the Knight of Wands, there's good news coming in with this relationship. So if they haven't been in contact with you for a long time, or they've really kind of wanted to reach out to you, there's Nine of Wands, good news is coming. So whatever you wish for this, I think that you have like your kind of birds before land before this happens. And yeah, they do want a house, or they do want this kind of abundance, especially in the home. So this is usually the card of like they want to live together, they want to be part of your life. Okay. Kay Michelle says, what? Sorry, Michelle, I saw your red message, and then what message can you tell me about Graham, the new love interest? Ooh. Someone's be busy. Okay, so this person's probably gone through a little bit of trauma. lately. Yes, with the hangman, they have gone through quite a lot of trauma. I don't know whether this is X or I'm feeling slightly like a physical trauma, not like a mental thing. So let's ask because I want to know, is this physical? It's okay. So this is not a breakup. So there is like a physical trauma here that's making them scared of being in a relationship. So there might be some underlying health condition. Maybe they haven't told you, but they're a little bit scared of telling you or approaching that. So I don't know whether it's a health thing or something that they've gone through, but it's going to be a little bit of painful. So it's kind of like they're scared that if they got in this relationship, you wouldn't like them anymore. Because of their like problems, you know. And this is a human thing, you know. This is a human trait. We wonder if we're a burden on people. We have had this before, you know. I do feel like he's had this before. However, I do feel like he's willing to try. He finds you very attractive. I think the way that you play with your hair is very attractive. The way that you act interested to your stories as well. I think there's kind of this feeling of interacting, like when you're caught up in the moment, you're very magnetic. And this is what this person feels for you, this Graham. But I think that that's it. I think it's there's no deception here. I think it's just that he's dealing with a lot of things and he doesn't want to burden another person, you know, with all the things that he has to do. Okay. Arjun says, what is the current feelings of Olive for me? Why is he ignoring me for the few days? From few days, his next actions. Okay, he is a mental. Oh my god. He's dealing with some anxiety and some kind of depression. So there could be like this is what I'm feeling. Like this anxiety, anxious, and then underneath mental struggle. So it couldn't come at a worse time, I feel. Like he's just had this big issue where everything's come at once and he doesn't know how to process. So that's the hardest part, is when we are dealing with things, especially with depression. Our bodies decide that, how can I explain it? In the old days, when we're feeling, oh, really? Sorry, guys. Give me a second. I will refresh that. It sometimes does this, so thank you for letting me know. Will it work? Oh, okay. I'm gonna pull it from the computer and bring it back, okay? Oh no. Are you going to work now? Please, for the love of. Okay, it's brought back. It's back to life. Put it back to life. Thank you for letting me know, okay? So, yeah, he still loves you very much. So don't worry, like, if there's no, like, connection, like, talking or ringing or something like this. This person's just in this state. And it could be that they are actually recovering from something, like not depression, but like some kind of cold, you know, that's making them feel this way. Okay. Lover says, will the Scorpio's recent job change allow us to run into each other again for another hookup? You're biting off more than you could chew. Stay positive though. Um, yeah, so I do feel like you might meet this person again. However, is this the wisest choice? So the cards are like, okay, you might get this, but is this the wisest choice for you? Hello, Divine Soul, welcome in. So there you go. Lovey says general reading for the next 3 months and thank you, finances and more, please. Okay, so there's kind of like a feeling of frozenness. So there might not be a lot of things coming in for you. I missed you. A lot of people said that. A lot of the members didn't get a notification. I felt so bad. We only had 3 people for the members only live yesterday. I'm like, what happened? But YouTube changed everything on me, so they, it's been very hard. So if you don't know, it's the last 2 Tuesdays of every month unless something changes, okay? But I'm sorry, guys. So there's kind of like this feeling of frozen. There might not be so much movement, a little bit more stagnant. But that's one of the things that I would say is like, okay, this is fine. You need to just realize that that's the case. The star, so there is a wish fulfillment card, and the cards are like saying work on the physical. So there's kind of like working on getting yourself in some physical shape. This might be getting a lot more toned, a little bit more fitter. So it's like work on your physical, not on the outside world, but in the physical nature of yourself. This doesn't mean like work really hard, but it's just like working hard on the things that are close to you, like your body, so it helps your mind. But there's a star, so there's a wish fulfillment coming in for you as well. Okay? So I don't feel like finances are going to be a big thing, but you shouldn't struggle against that. You should go with wherever you need to go for that month or those 3 months. Divine Soul says, I'm going for interview with F first and then with N for promotion. How will it go and what will be the outcome? Okay, so we got a couple of cards. So I'm going to go quickly through these because, you also missed out on the members. So I'm feeling very sorry, guys, they're members. Okay. So the first thing is that your one will go very well. The first one with F. But they'll also sit there and go, is there any options? Like they're going to have to figure out how many slots that they have, like for this space. So it might be that they got more applications than they wanted to. And so they have to figure this out. Your pay promotion with N is going to go very well, but you might feel unhappy with the increase that you get. But I do feel like this person's very wanting you to be there, for you to be happy, and you might have to just accept that at the moment this is probably what you're going to get paid for promotion. It does feel like these both the kind of money issues that both of them weren't because you're not great at what you do. It's more like they have to deal with the counts, Page of Wands, don't be afraid. Ask as many questions as you like. Be a little bit bold. Be sometimes a little bit more like ask the questions that you don't want to ask sometimes. Not like in that kind of way, but more like, oh yeah, like if I get this promotion, and it's not been great, you're like, well, how long until I can ask for a new one? You know, like be a little bit more not cheeky, not aggressive, but a little bit more assertive. You know, like, okay, when do you know when your slots are going to open up? So it can be considered for, round 2 of this interview, because I do feel like if they had their choices, both of them will give you like the very positive outcome. They're like, yes, I really, really want this person. Okay. Ephra says, hey friend, how are you? I've been wondering a while and wanted to know if the Taurus had been lying to me about their revision to put me off the track. Should I trust them? So I think that the promotion, I think that they will want to promote you, but you might find that you get more responsibilities than you would like, you know? Okay, so give me 1 second, Ephra. So has this person, hello Karen, welcome in. Okay, lying about revision. They are very messy. They are very disorganized. So I don't think they're lying in a way, but do you realize that you might need to keep on like top of them? So should you trust them? I think that they're not trying to do this out of spite or like all of that. Thank you, Karen. But the hardest part is that just keeping them organized. So that's one of the things that I would say. June? What your okay, so your economy, do you mean like your like your money for the rest of the year? So like your bank account? Let me know. Hello Paige, welcome in. So June, let me know and I'll answer your question because I saw it and how is everyone going today? Okay. I'm waiting on June. June! Let me know. Because I think you might have to rephrase that question. Hello, Flower Age. Welcome in. I don't know whether June's still here. Aldonia, can I have a general, please? Of course you can. Okay. So, there's an interesting thing, Aldonia. You got 4 cards. Feel very lucky. There's like last one that slipped in. So at the moment, it's a weird feeling that you are chasing money or chasing a certain amount of money in general. But there's kind of like this feeling that if you don't get this kind of how can I explain it? Like you're blocking the money coming in. Even though you're chasing it, you're also blocking it. So it's kind of like this weird thing where you're blocking your own energy. And that's a weird thing that I would say. So I would say slow down, allow money to come in, and then don't kind of block your money. So this could be a weird thing where like you don't think you're worth this money or you're not expecting this money. So then there's kind of like this block back or push. So I would definitely be more in accepting mood of your money coming in. Um, in relationships, Aldonia, there seems to be some, if you're single Pringle, someone's coming in for you. There seems to be quite a lot of background that you both share. This could be like you've lived in the same place, you're the same culture, you have the same religion. There's a lot that ties you together. However, when it comes to love, you might be trying to get their attention in the wrong way. Now, this is not your fault. This usually stems from childhood, us trying to impress the parent that didn't want to, um, yeah, didn't want our attention. And so, therefore, the way that we got it is usually the way that how can I explain it? The way that we repeat our romantic relationships. So you might have to take a pause and go, okay, is this getting me what I want in in my relationships? And so maybe just step away and kind of go, okay, how do I want them to feel and how can I get what I want without it being such a big deal? Okay? There you go, Aldonia. I know it's all mental today, but I think that you're doing very well in life, and that's what came through for you. June, I saw you. What? So you said what your economy? So do you mean the place that you live or your bank account? Because we could do like worldwide economy, we can do your country economy, we could do your bank account economy. I don't know where the economy for you, your finances. Okay, that makes more sense, June. Okay, there's a life choice that you're not making that will help you a lot more when it comes to your finances. Um, yes, so your friends are very like this is the weirdest thing is like you are the company of the 5 people you keep. So if you're always around people that are broke, you're going to have broke. So um let me ask quickly whether it's changing jobs. No, it's not about changing jobs. There's kind of another life choice that you need to take. Is this no, this is not a physical thing, this is more a mental thing. So it's like a mental choice that you need to make. So I do feel like if you're alone, June, then you have to surround yourself with people that inspire you. So this doesn't mean like reaching out and contacting millionaires. It could be. Um, it's a mental choice. There's a mental choice that you have to make. With this, I would suggest like reading people that inspire you, like having, what was it? Think and Grow Rich. He has a bit where he talks to people that he admires that are like his imagination. And that's the interesting thing to put in there. Knight of Wands, there's good news coming in for you. There's good news, plus this could be something to do with travel, but there's good news coming in for you nevertheless, okay? Flower Age says, what is the reaction of my ex Capricorn when he knows I'm traveling abroad? I miss him, not sure what the future relies on us. I don't think it's anything about your book, June. Okay. So this seems like this person treats you a little bit younger, but there might be a little bit of an age gap difference. However, they do find you cute and adorable and they're willing to take care of you. There could be this feeling that you need to grow up a little bit more. You're very welcome, June. So that's important. There's kind of like this maturation process in this relationship. the start, there's a wish fulfillment card. So there seems to be that a lot of good things are coming in for you guys, and you will settle down together. So it does feel like even though you're traveling a lot, you will settle down and you will be together. Okay. Hello, Earth Angel. Welcome in. Sana Samarine says general reading. Of course, of course, of course. Ooh, there's the flirtation. I don't know whether you're in a relationship or you're single Pringle at the moment. That's fine. So there's flirtation in Two Cups. So Two Cups is the practicality of a relationship, being able to work together to get what you want, and actually being able to give the person what they want. There's also flirtation. So I do feel like there's a playful style about this. I do feel like this is this year, not this year, this month, if you're single. If not, I do feel like this is a very healthy relationship and it's going to mature quite well. The last card is like you're very much in your own box when it comes to your life, and you need to let yourself go and just get outside the box that you're in. So this might have to like work, uh, yeah, like escape the box, okay? So when we put ourselves in boxes, when things go on that have like big consequences to us, we have to realize that if we aren't good at change, this is going to create a really big problem in our mentality, okay? Divine Soul says, I have to go to some medical procedure on Friday. How will it go? I'm in plane for more than 2 weeks now. There's a feeling of that it won't go as well as you'd like it to go. Hello, Anita. Welcome in. But this is because there's been a lot to treat. It's not just one thing. I feel like there's multiple things to treat at the same time, and they're trying to do these things at the same time. I don't know how I would explain it. But Ace of Pentacles, it's like you have to accept what they're going to tell you. So it's kind of like accept what your doctor's going to say. The other thing is letting go of the fear. And this could be just because you're very much in your own body and you're starting to really like have these moments of panic and stuff like that. And you have to let go of the fear and ascend to a higher level where you don't feel that fear. With the heartbreak card, I feel like they're not gonna fix all the pain. So that's a yes. They seem to be fixing some of it, but not all of it. Okay? So it's not like you'll feel better, but it won't be as good as you feel. Like it's not going to be a cure-all. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Maisie says, what's up? Is it divine timing for me to meet my divine partner's lifelong soulmate, or should I work on my vibrations more? You need to plan it more, Maisie. You're also listening to what other people say. Like, it might be that you're listening to your friends when you're very welcome, Divine Soul, when they tell you how perfect their lives are, and you're kind of like, oh, why hasn't that happened to me yet? And you have to realize that people have this outside about like, hey, this is amazing, everything's going great, but inside they're as insecure about love as you are. We're all the same. So I do feel like even when you're planning these interactions, so take yourself time to meet friends, have time to go out, meet as many people as possible. So there's kind of a planning to go with it. And I do feel like you'll meet someone that you're really attracted to very soon. So there's kind of like this interesting bit where you start going, okay, I know when people are attracted to me. And this kind of grows your feeling as well. Okay. Paige says, is the Libra doing okay? Is the Libra doing okay? He hasn't been posting on his story or much on his active social media anymore. Okay. Is this Libra okay? You're very welcome, Maisie. Oh yeah, he's been busy. I don't know whether he was going to have like kids. This is like the card of fertility. This can be the card of creativity as well, but it's like I'm feeling like this physical baby, you know. I don't know whether like he was expecting a baby, but there's kind of like this feeling of a baby instead of like, the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. He doesn't want to be around other people right now. It's kind of like he rejects it. He wants to be alone. There's kind of like this feeling of solitude. Like, Superman in his fortress of solitude. So he's going right. But there's kind of like this feeling of an actual baby. Like sometimes I sit there and go creativity, but I'm like, I feel like it's a baby. Um, Salmia says, why does Elliot send me best wishes to late at night? What? Sorry. Sometimes it's a little bit, it goes too fast, even though I've got it slow mode. Best wishes, late at night, and then withdraw from communication. Totally. Is he your twin flame? I think he could be drinking late at night. You're very welcome, Paige. And he's also like very overwhelmed when it comes to other people. So he burns out quite quickly. He does realize that he wants to be more like around you, like and interact with you, but there seems to be that the last thing he thinks about you thinks is like about you. So he texts you then because he's like, oh, but I really want to like, tell her how I feel. But there seems to be this feeling of late night drinking. So is he your twin flame though? So he's not your twin flame. I'm gonna ask about soulmate. So he is one of your possible soulmates, not a twin flame. But I did ask if he had been drinking, and they said yes. So it might be just that he's being very stressed about work. Anita says, you say I focus on myself, but two guys online. Oh my god. Okay, let's quickly go through these. Oh dear lord. Okay. So handsome, Aga, young, rich. I like. Yeah, you know that you're very weak towards this person. You know that you're kryptonite, but I do feel like you're only friends. There's kind of like this friendship more than anything else. Harry, mature, kind. Harry wants to look after you, wants to protect you. There seems to be this mature love there. But I feel like you're in your headspace right now. So I feel like you're not going to go with Harry. Because this cat is just thinking about, there you go. Sometimes it's not just a lie. You've got to realize that there's some kind of feelings of people. He lied because he said that he wasn't drinking. Yeah, I'm very sure that he was intoxicated of some kind. Morgan, will the supervisor sue, sorry, want me to continue working there once my practicum is completed? Yes, there seems to be that she does want you to continue there, but there's kind of like this feeling of slow growth. So you might have to move on for them to come back, okay? So it's kind of like this person will try to advocate for you. They'll try to push Morgan, other people to keep you on, but there's kind of like this feeling that it's not just her choice, it's other people as well. Okay. Kevin says, "What is Samas of Pisces' intentions and feelings about me currently? No contact." Okay, guys, if you've been waiting for about an hour, let me know, please. Cause I just put in 1 hour capitals, so I know. And please, guys, if you haven't been waiting that long, don't put 1 hour. It's not fair if people have been waiting a long time. Okay. Currently no contact. So there is the Justice card. So this person, Kevin, it judges you very harshly. There could be feelings of resentment, feelings of anger. I don't know why, like, I'm getting this when justice is usually internal for me anyway, but it feels like this anger. There's a very strong anger. There's also a life choice that they're not taking, and this might be forgiveness, but there's kind of like this feeling of really distancing themselves from you and kind of not letting you tell them what's going on, stuff like that. So just let me know, like, it's just like this withdrawal, but I do feel like they're getting out of their self headspace, getting out of their self reflect and going, hey, where is the PayPal link? Uh, Karen might have it. I don't have that. Ariana probably will tell you as well. So the Page of Cups, this person's getting out of some amount of self-reflection, and it might be that they have to wake up to that they're not actually angry with you, they're angry with themselves, and they need to actually talk to you, okay? It's in the description. Thank you, Kevin. Ariana says, do I have a chance with Zach? He's a Libra. Uh, yes, you do, but you also have to not be afraid of this, and not the mental struggle. I think that you might like sit there and approach him, and then you're like, oh, I can't do this today. So you kind of back off. and, and it's kind of like you walk towards him and then you back off, and you're like, oh yeah, hey you, I need to borrow your tape measure or stapler. And then you leave and you're like, this is so dumb. But, it's kind of like this feeling of teenagerness. Like when you're embarrassed about everything, that's what I'm getting. I don't know whether you really wanted that to come through, but when you're like teenager and that hormones come through and you're embarrassed about it, that's definitely coming through. So I do feel like you have a chance with this person. Yes. Love Mummy says, what is mine and O's future together? Is he still meeting and talking to us, his ex? I would definitely say yes. And you should let go of fear, so you shouldn't control this. So sometimes when we are in a fear state, we're scared of being hurt, so we try and pursue the person, which keeps on hurting us. But yes, I would definitely say with utmost certainty, he's still talking to his ex. I do feel like you're realizing that there's not really as much of future with this person as you would like. Just because they are dealing with stuff, and I don't think they're ready, okay? Thank you, June. Did you not find the PayPal link? Thank you for the super chat. How will my ebook on Amazon develop? Give me 1 second. Okay. So this is hard for you because there seems to be a feeling of biting off more than you can chew with this, June. So you should kind of step back and realize what you want to do with this ebook. And it might be that you've got your hopes up when it's not as hopeful. I would honestly say get people to review it. This could be friends, this could be family, there could be just like the person that you know from the street, you know. But yeah, you should get them to give you a point of view. So therefore you can write down all the things that they criticized. So when you write a next book, so I wouldn't worry about this book. It's already there. I feel like you're putting probably too much time in this one book when you should be working on the next one. There's also struggling and winning. So it takes time. It takes practice to get where you're going to go. And that's kind of hard thing. You just need to keep on working with that. Okay? But you need the money to go on. And the moment, you'll be fine. Belt out a couple of like chapters, like even if it's like smaller than your book, I'm very sure you can write one in a day. Or reviews will help because then you can work on what you're weak at, and that will give you an understanding of like how to write faster than what you've been doing. Okay. Sukania says, how does Omar feel towards me at the moment? No contact. Thank you for being so patient and waiting for 40 minutes for your answer. I did see that. This one wants to come out. So this person feels heartbroken. They have a lot of fear. So they fear that they lose you, Sukania. But there's also that their friends and family are pulling them away from you. So there's kind of like this feeling of like tabooness, or that they can't be with you. And they're overspending their emotions when it comes to you. So it's kind of like this person's got themselves in a bind when it comes to love, because they are giving me lots of different vibes. It's like at the moment they're addicted to this because they can't get it. And if they were like working without like if it was normal and you both were together, I don't know how good this would work. Because there's kind of this addiction quality of like you guys can't be together. So I do feel like at the moment this person's not willing to say that, not willing to put themselves first, and I feel like that's going to be the rest of their lives. So I wouldn't say that this person is willing to put their neck out for what they want, because there's kind of like this feeling of this wouldn't work. Okay? PJ says, is Divya Dio okay with having a Bengali as the daughter-in-law of her family? There's kind of like a fear towards that. So, she will accept a good daughter-in-law. I think that's what I would say. And she will grow to love this daughter-in-law. So I do feel like there's acceptance, but there's the fear there. So she's got to get through the fear before she realizes that because how can I explain it? In underlying, I think that we're all kind of racist or prejudiced in some ways, depending on where people come from. It's not. How can I explain it? It's biases. Like, how can I explain it? When you do not like Christmas, I don't know whether people celebrate Christmas, but if you saw someone walking around with a Christmas jumper on, you'd be like, that person is horrible for wearing a Christmas jumper. How dare you? And you have no idea who that person is, but you already have in your brain what that person's going to be. And I do think as soon as she gets through her fear and she addresses how she's scared, I think that there's no problem at all, you know? But I do feel like this is on her to get through this fear than you helping her. Like, being a good daughter-in-law will be much, much better than she ever expected, you know? Like, if you were just there all the time, helping her, being, you know, being the good daughter-in-law, I don't think she'd care, you know? And when she realizes how much you love her son, no, it's going to be perfect, okay? Shania says, what is the current feelings of Scorpio? My colleague, for me, why is he slow in responding to me? Does he love me? Shania. Okay. He does have a weakness to you, but I feel like it's to all females. So that's the thing that I would definitely say is like he doesn't tend to talk to women that often, so it's very awkward for him. And he tends to feel very off-put with people in general, but women are his kryptonite. He doesn't like you could think, oh, he likes me because he's being awkward. I think this is awkward to all women, you know. Okay. Sunshine Dragon says, hi, why does he write to me, he loves me, and then say next day he's drunk? Cause he's expecting someone to get his message. I think that he doesn't realize, Sunshine Dragon, how much you like him. Like, how can I explain it? Like, I'm getting Britney's song, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart. I got lost in the game. Oh, baby. Sorry, my bad singing. But, you know, he's just like one of those people that I would definitely say likes you, cares for you, you know, but it's more like a friendship or, you know, a situationship where this person does care about you, but there's just this feeling of like that's all it is, you know. So yeah, I would say that he does this a lot when he's drunk and he texts all his, you know, female friends or whatever they are to him, and he says that he loves them, you know. It's not just like you, unfortunately. I wish that I would say that. Thank you, Lotus Rose, for telling me that. I appreciate that. Guys, if you have been waiting an hour, please let me know, because then I can work on you first. But yeah. Where did your question go? Question 1, what is Joel's thoughts and intentions towards me at this time? You're very welcome, Sunshine Dragon. I wish that I had better news for you. Okay, so this is interesting. Joel's thoughts about you. So honestly, this person is in a good mood. I do feel like they tend to be in a good mood, but I think you show them, like, you get them more in a good mood than they normally. So King of Swords is a very much intelligent person, but around you he tends to be more fun-loving, outgoing. So you bring out a lot more like energy out of him when he can be a little bit more, you know, in the corner, talking very intellectually. And yeah, you bring out that freedom, give that creative not creative expression, but you know, the playfulness, you know. A Knight of Wands, good news. So he's waiting to tell you something that's good news. So there's kind of like this feeling of like, she doesn't know that. I'm not going to tell her. So I don't want to ruin anything, but I think I've ruined you by telling you something like this. But there's kind of like something, this might be even like good news for him that he wants, like, but I think this is going to be like something good as well for you, okay? I'm not gonna tell you. Manifest says, why has TV silent today? Will he email? Please don't follow him around staring at his back though. It might be a little bit off putting. Every time he's like bends over to tie his shoes, you're like, ah! Why has T been silent to get that lately? Says Manifest. Will he email me back to connect with him to get again, or is he leaving the connection? um, I think that he's leaving the connection. There's definitely this feeling of packing up and leaving. So that's what I would say. Um, in general, that's what he's leaving, unfortunately, Manifest. Moa says, may I ask for a general in the first and second half of March? Ooh. Okay, if you're a single Pringle, there's someone coming in for you. If you're already in a relationship, there's definitely practical relationship, working on things, you know, being really good. So that's one thing that I would definitely say to you: no arguments, no fights, you know. There's a feeling of working on options that are very realistic for you, having a lot of options. So this is early March. Um, Lotus Rose. And second part of March, there's kind of like a drying up of those options. So I would say, honestly, take those options when they come in at the. It feels like the start of March, but it feels like more the second week of March that you're going to get most of these options. And at the end of March, you might feel like there's not that many options for you. So don't get so upset or discouraged by the end of the March. Personality, welcome here. Welcome. Will there be a reconciliation between me and the Libra? I'm a Cancer and I miss him a lot. Okay. I do feel like there's a reconciliation. Give me 1 second to ask the pendulum, but I definitely feel like there's a reconciliation for both of you. So yes. There is. I do feel like this person's going to say, I'm sorry for something. You might have expected that personally, but I do feel like this person's going to have to say sorry. And I think they've realized that they are sorry about something. And they do want to share. So I do feel like you might meet them and they're like, "Here, I'm sorry about something," and they give you something. Um, I don't know whether it's donuts. I'm getting a feeling of donuts, but I don't know why. Like a box of things, but I do feel like it's more food. Which is kind of weird thing because I'm Taurus, you know, it tends to be one of those things that I would say probably about being distant because we got distant. I feel like it's more personal than distance. I think that there's kind of going to be a sorry, but it's more like I'm sorry because I care about you. Virgo says, what does Muna think about his connection with his childhood time love, Pooja? Um, there is this feeling of practical love here. There's practical love here in general. This person does care about you a lot, or you know, manner for puja. There's overspending. This person might tend to extend their emotions. You know, Anita, what time are you going live again? I have no idea, Anita. I'm hoping that I do it during the week sometime, but it's not going to be before 7 p.m. my time, which is GMT time. I was trying to think, okay, is it summer? It's not summer yet, so we haven't switched over clocks, I think. High Priestess in reverse. This person doesn't have a manifestation when it comes to this relationship. So I do feel like this person might be not in a feeling of continuing this relationship, or there's kind of like this breakage between this relationship and themselves that they need to heal. They need to manifest in the possibilities of more things happening in this relationship before they really bring this into a stable um, relationship for themselves and for Pooja. Kochu says Sachin's feelings towards me. So this person's working very hard for you, but they also reject a lot of your feelings. They know that they should take on your feelings, so there's kind of like this feeling of rejection, Kochu, towards you. So you have to realize that um that they might not be that very emotional. So you've got to figure out how they deal with it. How they want to have a home with you, and this is probably what they really are working hard on to get to that point. So they might not have that much energy to spend on your emotions. Your lady awaits says, question one, what do I need to focus on this year for my healing and my highest good? Oh, and my highest self message today. Okay. Okay, so what you need to do for your healing, I don't know why. I think your lady awaits your female. This is a masculine card. So if you're masculine, that's fine. You can be, you could sit there and go, I'm feminine, and I'll be like, well, but you're still like, I'm in a masculine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're, King of Swords is powerful. This person, the how can I explain it? Like for me, the swords, like the King of Swords, it's the oldest of the deck. I don't know why, but the King of Wands seems like the youngest. And it's just because they've learnt lessons in their life that give them certain feelings of maturity, like very much mature. And I do feel like to heal your highest self is just to be like figure out to keep your own peace, to walk into a room and be powerful, you know? So there's kind of like taking on that masculinity of like, I know I'm in control. When you're in somewhere, you're like, you're not giving away your power. You just like, I am in control. If I don't like being here, I will go, you know? So your lady awaits, that's your first thing there. The second thing that the cards say for your healing is to turn your back from the people that aren't particularly serving you, aren't being kind to you, and they're possibly a little bit of backstabbing, and you should just not give them your energy. Because they're not worth it, you know? They're not worth your time. Your highest spiritual self says that there's a lot of options for this year if you're open to them, you know, and you're working towards that. So you should realize that there's a lot more things that you can do to work on that. Okay. Sebaha says, what does FA think about me today? If yes, what? Okay, King of Pentacles. Okay, so there is a feeling of that this person was thinking a lot of things today. So there was a feeling of working very, very hard, and very concentrating on work. And there might have been a lunch break or time that he could just not work or not needing to, focus on something. And so he could just work on something else. And then he was thinking of you and he was wondering how you've been, and were you doing okay, and were you having fun. There was a lot of things about like, I wonder how she is, or they were, you know. So there you go, Sebaha. But it feels like they're very focused on really working hard. Gemini says, what does BDO feel about his connection with P. Jaswell? Okay, there's heartbreak. There's also scaredness. This person's like scared of. Give me a second. There's kind of like this feeling of I'm at home alone and I just heard like something move. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to double check, but I feel like that's next door. That's not me. Yeah, I'm going crazy. Thank you, Anne. Thank you. Okay. So your feeling of scared doesn't want to reach out and explore the possibilities of something happening. and they're deciding whether they want to stay or they want to leave. Thank you for the donation, Anne. Welcome in. Sorry, that was next door. It's because my partner's gone on holiday for a while now. So this is like the second week of him not being here. And so sometimes like I hear something, and because we're not, we have a neighbor and then another neighbor because the houses are attached. Sometimes I hear a noise and I'm like, is that someone in my house? And then I go and check and I'm like, no, it's next door neighbors making sound again. I wonder what they feel when we do the squeaky bed thing. Maybe I should ask, just in case. Okay, Frank's feelings for you and his attention. Firstly, he does find you very attractive, very gorgeous. There could be a age difference here, but that's kind of like this feeling of I don't know, like you're very whimsical, I feel, Anne. Like I don't know why I'm getting this kind of whimsical feeling, but you're more whimsical, more how can I explain it? More in the spiritual field than he is. And that's kind of like this feeling of him being grounded in reality and thinking that you're not, Um, but he's let go of control, so he's allowing you to dictate this relationship or, make your move. But he's scared of like entering this relationship. So there's kind of like this feeling of what would happen. What would happen, and he's not knowing whether you're going to fit or connect in. With a hangman, you're naturally going to drop into a situation. So I feel like if you keep on showing that kind of connection, showing that you are, willing to open your heart towards this connection, I do feel like he's going to drop into this relationship in general. But there's kind of less feeling of like holding on off right now, allowing you to dictate. Iscendia says, hello, what are the current feelings of Gemini? My twin flame for me, does he miss me these days? No contact now, stopped giving him attention. Honestly, he wants your attention back. He's very focused on you right now. He's also feeling like if you aren't going to continue this romantic relationship, you should at least be friends, Ace of Wands, he would like this relationship with you again. Okay. C Saint says, why was the concierge lady during my move-in so passive aggressive towards me? Did I handle that argument well? I feel like I did. Usually when you feel like you did not handle that well, you didn't. Realize that you didn't you didn't handle that well, C Saint. Do realize tomorrow's another day and that she's going to get to a point that she does forget it. However, I do feel like you need to be the better person or the better man of this situation. I don't know whether it was too female, like C saying, I think you're female. Anyway, that was my impression. If not, I'm sorry. But you have to step into this feeling of being in control. But yeah, I think over time she will forget this, and it seems like it wasn't your fault. Um, it might have been that she didn't expect like you to move in that day. So do realize, just keep on being very powerful and just like, you know, she'll get over it. But yeah, it's not good start if you're just like, oh my god. M says, hi, Cass Love. Why does R flirt with others? What does he want and think of me? Is he interested in other people? Okay. Does R flirt with others? No, he's incredibly obtuse. I think he could chat up a school bus. You know, like the bus itself, not the kids. That would be criminal. But like, let's say a bus. I don't think that he could chat up a human being. He's not great at chatting up anything, you know. Um, maybe he's got a mechanical nature. Maybe like likes cars. That's how close he's going to get to flirting, I think. Um, what does he want and think of me? There's kind of like this feeling of not being satisfied or not uh fulfilled, you know, but there's kind of like this, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the feeling was cuz it just hit me and then it was gone like a brief instant. Let me see. Is he interested in anybody else? There's a Queen of Pentacles, so this person works with him or is working around him. But I think that it's not interest in a way because we were asking about flirtation. And I think that he's just not you know, like some guys can be very, you know, high testosterone levels. I don't think he is. So there's kind of like this feeling of interest, but not in the way you expect it to be. There's kind of like this blockage. So the one thing that I do feel like is I'm not a diagnostician, so I'm not someone that can diagnose people. But I feel like this person's slightly on this. They treat people differently. So I would say that he's like maybe asexual or um autistic. There's kind of like this feeling that he doesn't see people like you expect him to see. So it's kind of like this frustrating that his kind of um way he sees people, loves people is dulled, you know. So it kind of feels like he more is not thinking that you're enough because you don't have the same hobbies or maybe the same interests, but that's it, you know. Like, I think he's very accepting of both of you having this relationship. Tom says, what's my first boyfriend going to be like? Definitely a hard worker, but you might decide that he doesn't give you as much attention and, you know, as much things, and you might decide whether you want to stay or you want to walk away, Charm. So that's important. I would definitely feel like you are in control of what you want to do with your life, okay? Mystic Fool says, what is Aries' feelings after December 22? It seems like a overspending. Like, this person's overspending their feelings and not being in control. This person's not in control of their life. So it's hard. I would definitely feel like Mystic Falls. This person's not thinking about things a lot. You know, they don't think about what they're doing or how they're doing things. They just do things at the moment. It's very frustrating. Oop. I just threw something on the floor. That's not my attention, but yeah. Um He's being very frustrated at the moment about life. There's nothing about you in this. So it could be that because he's not in control, he doesn't know what he feels for you. He doesn't know how he thinks about things, you know? That's what I would say. So, honestly, I do feel like this person needs to be more in control of their life because they're wasting their feelings and not in a good way. Probably wasting their feelings on more than one person. Okay? Shan says, any messages I need to hear or know about the spirit guides from the spirit guides, please. Okay, Shan. Okay, so that there is a spirit guide coming through. This could be your grandfather on your dad's side. But he's telling you to buck up and not cry or not be as emotional right now because there's something coming in that you want, and he's very concerned if you are still quite in an emotional state, you might miss it. So if you're your dad, your granddad on your dad's side, so his dad's dad, tended to be a badass. That's him. But it's like, stop crying, stop being, you know, emotional, because there's something coming in for you, but I'm a little bit worried that you're going to miss it because you're in that kind of mood state. Okay? Pride and Prejudice says, what lessons am I supposed to learn from the past people? And where am I currently in life this year? Okay. So Pride and Prejudice, what you're supposed to learn. You're very welcome. What lesson am I supposed to learn from past people? Okay. So I think that you're not listening to your intuition. You're not thinking about your imagination when you enter a relationship, Pride and Prejudice. And when the tower moment happens for these relationships and it falls down, um, you sit there and go, why did this happen? And I think that you've got to realize, hey, it happened because you weren't imagining a future with this person. Or there was kind of like this blockage, like you couldn't see clearly enough. Like you couldn't taste the future with them. You just like, okay, they like me. I'm just going to go with it. And it just didn't work. Because, you know, there's more than just one thing that you need in a relationship. Okay? What do you need to learn this year is to keep constantly just moderating feelings. I feel like this is not just moderation, but just moderating feelings. Figure out how you're feeling and why you're feeling it. Like sometimes that people can be too drawn into a feeling and they don't know why they're feeling it. It's like one of the uh best advice that I got was this. Buddhist nun, and she's talking about that you should see your emotions and you should step out of them and watch them bob around like a balloon on the wind. And you start realizing that the balloon is not you. The balloon is just a feeling. And so sometimes we tend to get caught up and we bob around like a balloon. Like our happiness is this balloon, our sadness is balloon. So you need to kind of step out of that feeling, moderate the feeling. So just sit there and watch it and sit there and go, okay, you know, I understand why I'm feeling that way. Like, you know, CK says, "What's any important message or advice for me, please?" Okay, be a little bit more detail orientated right now. There seems to be just taking time to be in more of a detailed nature about things. Um, why I'm feeling like I need to tell you is to be more Occam's razor about things. So instead of being like a romantic um person, you start breaking things down into the parts and then assemble them together. Instead of being like, oh yeah, this is a flower, you know. Be a little bit more Occam's razor about things. There is a feeling of that you need to seek out someone that's a little bit older, wiser than you, can look after you. But there seems to be that this person would be able to give you ability to create money. Now, I normally don't always say this because this is cups, but there is like the pentacles here with all the kibble on the floor. So I'm definitely reading this as this person will give you money. And it could be that they're used to this money, so they don't spill it like you do. There's a life choice that you're not making that you need to take. This could be in your career. That's the strongest thing I'm getting, is your career, that you need to take that choice on. Okay. LA says, "What is Jason, my lawyer, thinking right now about our lawsuit?" Okay. He's worried. He's worried about this lawsuit. Mostly because he finds that the judgment on these lawsuits tends to be extremely harsh. So, he's in a state of mental panic. Um, it's always interesting because there's kind of like a rate of depression in lawyers, that's very, very high. And I do feel like he honestly wants the best outcome for you, but he's not thinking that that's positive, or you know, that you're going to get this landslide victory. So do realize he's trying his best. He's going to be very focused on the outcome for you. I think he cares a lot, which is interesting because I always feel like lawyers don't, but he does care a lot about this case for you. Okay. C says, "What did Friday mean in my dream?" There's a feeling that you're not ready to get outside your box, outside your comfort zone, but it's more like dealing with there's kind of like this feeling of doubt. So you doubt yourself. So you put yourself in such a confined space that you feel suffocated, like you might feel physically suffocating, but it's kind of like this closing like down of you in general. With the Emperor, there seems to be this slow growth, this slow kind of um opening up of like letting yourself free instead of really focusing on squashing yourself in this box that you don't fit anymore. It's like, when you're a kid and maybe you had this, but your mom or your dad would make you wear your shoes for a lot longer before you got new ones and they hurt after a while, you know? Firstborn says, what would my celebrity crush think of the happy birthday video edit I made for him if he came across it online? I think he'd be very flattered. He'd also wonder who made him. But he does feel like it's a celebration. Um, there is this kind of like, how can I explain it? Um, the people that do are the most successful in life are always the ones that don't think they've deserved it. So there is this kind of feeling of like trying to cover it up, not in the way that they're not flattered. It's more like they don't expect that to happen, you know? So it's kind of a weird thing, but I don't feel like they would want, like, you're not going to instantly get them, like, they'll sweep you off your feet, but they'll definitely be flattered, and they do like your creativity. It's a very creative video, and I like it very much. Okay. Angelina says, what does Amir think about my appearance in social media? um, this person doesn't know what they choose, so they just keep on going with their own thing. So it kind of feels like you do you. So they haven't made much choices. So I do feel like they check it before they go to work and they just sit and go, okay, good job. They're not really fatted on social media. Fatima says, will I be in a relationship with Jawad? Uh, where did Karen go? I think you will get this relationship with this person. However, you might need to moderate your feelings because it might take them a while to realize who you are. And so, um, the worst thing that you could do to yourself is deal with your emotions by yourself, where you get very sad and you cut yourself off from other people. And so take your time to really deal with that and sit with your feelings, okay? Arena says, my Gemini is guarded towards me in these days. When will he start talking to me? I think it's going to take a while. He feels very in the right now, like in the kind of um thing of, okay, like, you've done something, I am now going to just sit there and deal with things and not really say anything. There could be that he's just tired of saying things. So there's kind of like this feeling of tiredness of like, I've told you before not to do this and you keep doing this. So it's kind of like this insufferable thing of like, oh, yeah. even though, like, I can understand it, it's just not from a good place. So that's one thing that I would say. And the Page of Cups, like, he's getting out of his self-reflection phase and realizing that he did have a problem as well. It's not just like your problem, it's his problem as well. And he does want to connect with you. He does want to care for you and protect you. So it's more like out of love than anything, which is a weird thing. Will he contact you in the next 2 weeks? Okay, it's really going for those perhaps yes. So I do feel like in the next 2 weeks you're going to get something from him. But you've got to realize that it's kind of like fluctuating right now. So I do feel like he's going to say something, but it depends on like your answer, how he interacts with you. DJ Kiwi says, when ALM judged me, and what does he think of my positive and negative? You're very welcome. So he does judge you a lot on that you take on more than you can chew. Like yeah, you tend to be very like, yes, I could do that, and then you can't. So I do feel like he judges you maybe more on your word, I guess. Like, you say you're going to do it and then you don't do it. Okay. King of Cups. So there feels like with this, give me a second. Positive. So you make this person feel very good about themselves, and they feel very stable around you, and they feel emotionally secure, and just like, okay, this person cares about me. What they don't like is when you're emotionally cut off them. You know, when you're upset about something and you just don't want to talk about it, or you aren't really saying what you mean, and then he's got to jump through the hoops to get it. So this person works on emotional things, so you have to realize that if you withdraw from this person, it doesn't feel very great for them. You know, they'd rather you are angry with them or upset with them, but not withdraw. Okay. The Five Musketeers. Will my movement gain recognition? Well, if you don't have D'Artagnan, then no. Yeah, it seems like yes, Five Musketeers. I would definitely feel yes. And I do feel like it's working off being very focused on this. So that's what I would say for you, okay? Crystal and Light, how long have you been waiting, hon? Divine Soul says, what are the current feelings of Owen for me? Why is he mad on me? I see him as my dreams as being physically hurt. So he's willing to stay. Like, this feels like there's a staying. So he is thinking of staying. Why is he mad? It's not he's mad. It's more like he's looking at everything like, how can I explain it? Justifying the little things that he's picking apart about you. So I don't feel like he's mad. It's more like at the moment, he's not feeling great about life, and he's kind of picking things back. And I do understand why you're feeling that he's physically hurt, because that's translating over. So there's kind of this mental thing with you, is like he's translating over for you because good news is coming to you, but it could be that he's physically hurt because he hasn't opened his heart yet. There's kind of like this feeling of holding on, allowing these things to harden for him because it makes him feel like he's right. You know, that weird thing where we have this hard time trying to justify things, you know? Until we, um yeah, until we realize that it's only us getting in the way of our happiness, you know? Okay. Right. Sorry, guys. It physically staying, not moving, means that he's willing to stay for you. He's not thinking of leaving as kind of like this feeling of wanting to stay. Susie says, nice to see you. How does Abdul Rahman see me and what does he feel about me? Still recognizing the start of this relationship. Okay, so sorry, Divine Soul, I will send you the report tonight for your Reiki readings. I just got caught up today, so I will send them tonight, so don't worry. um it's just been like crazy, you know. How does Abdul Rahman see me and how does he feel about me? We're still recognizing the start of a relationship. Thank you, Chum. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Um, I will get to yours very soon. Okay. So at the moment, this person is feeling very great about this relationship. Um, but he's also feeling very scared. And he's feeling like um you know, like I'm feeling this kind of ostrich thing where I don't know why to tell you, but this could be his fear center talking. Is ostriches, when they see danger, they hide their head. So they just like, you know, they'll just put their head in the ground and they won't do anything. Like they'll just stay completely still. And it's kind of like this weird thing where he's happy, but he's also very scared. Um, and so if he does this and he puts his head in the sand and he just doesn't want to talk about it, don't pry. Don't make him feel more scared because it's going to be worse for him. Okay? Charm says, has my crush moved on from me? Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. That helps keep my lights on. It keeps me eating food. Today I bought groceries for the week and they were a lot of money. Um and I bought like, normal things, they weren't some things that are expensive. And I bought things at a discount because I'm cheap, I'm a very cheap person. And so I got all the yellow sticker things and it's still like £30 and I was like, ah. Um and the next door neighbor was like, oh, can you get me a can of beans? And then she's like, oh, do I need to pay you? And I'm like, don't think about it, walking home going so Charm, thank you so much. It helps me so much. Has your crush moved on? I think there's kind of a physical feeling of that they kind of have moved on physicality, like they're exploring new horizons and stuff like that. However, I do feel like this person's going to come back to you, because Page of Swords is like this anxiety, nervous thing, but there's only good news around the corner, and the star. So that's kind of an important thing, is like this wish fulfillment card. Wheel of Fortune, do realize to be planning for quite a lot of judgment from other people. There seems to be like a lot of people um wanting this relationship to fail for some reason. You know, it's something big that happens. And the other thing that I would definitely feel is this person still has fear, charm. So that's important, because they want to remain your friend, or they want to remain around you. So I do feel like this person's not going to stray that far. Thank you, Sebaha, for the donation as well. Um, there's just this feeling of taking your time to give them the space so they can come back to you ready, you know, because they might. This feels like a very young relationship, charm. And it might not be like youngness as you guys are a little bit older, but there's kind of like this new. It feels like a teenage feeling of like, take time to let this person explore themselves before they really commit to something. Because sometimes when we grow up, you know, our heart dies. But even worse is like, we kind of feel like we should have explored more, we should have had a little bit more fun, you know. Everyone kept saying enjoy your 20s, and I didn't enjoy them. I didn't even enjoy my teens. I was like, I've got to learn everything. And now I do tarot readings on the internet, so you know, like, everything changes, everything's different. Okay. Sebraha says, is a JA Capricorn a suitable match for marriage? Sebraha. Marriage. Okay, one suitable. Oh, there's temptation. What's the temptation? The temptation is you might not clean up your environment if this person comes in for you. However, the cards are saying no. There's kind of like this active proponent of getting up and going. So I definitely feel like there might be like, this person might be the right person at the wrong time. Yeah, there's kind of something about cleaning up your environment, maybe getting rid of temptations in your environment. There's kind of like this feeling that you won't change something about your surrounding environment if you say yes to this person. So it's kind of like they're not bad, but there seems to be like, if you say yes now, then there's kind of like this feeling of you're not ready for something. And this might impact a lot of your marriages. Well, I don't think that you're going to get married more than one time. Um, let's ask the pendulum. Are you going to get married more than one time? No. But if you did marry this person, then yes. Yeah. So it's kind of like, if you don't do this now, you will have this impact later. Okay. Crystal and Light, more than an hour. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. When is Sabai going to contact me and advise? Thank you also for everybody that donated. Thank you so much. It will definitely pay me back for the can of beans and some of my food. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's not as bad as the water bill that I got. I won't tell stories here because, you know, it was not good. I didn't like that. um, so when is Sabai going to contact you? Pretty soon. Like, there is one Page of Swords. I do feel like this is very soon. Is it going to be this week? Pendulum says yes to it's going to be this week. Perhaps. Is it going to be this month? Okay. There's a yes. There's a yes. We'll lock in the yes. Okay. Advice. This is an interesting thing. I wouldn't always say this is a good card, but it's kind of like hiding away with some kind of fear. I don't know. There's kind of like conserving your energy, but doing it in a way that you normally don't do it. So I think just spend time with yourself. Oh, okay. I can see why it's saying that. You don't like being by yourself, do you? So I would honestly say that you need to spend time with yourself, which might not be that great, but it will help you this week. Moonlight, can you have a love reading? Oh, of course you can. Of course you can. Um, sorry, Crystal. I appreciate that. Um, so manifest your love reading. So, right. So Moonlight. Sorry, Moonlight. Moonlight's love reading. I'm totally saying the wrong person, but meaning Moonlight. So Justice. You might feel very hard to yourself. Like there's kind of negative self-talk when it comes to you and your. I feel like this your body or feeling uncomfortable in your uncomfortable in your own skin, and you might have to embrace your whole body a little bit more. This might be giving yourself a hug in the morning, like just like hugging yourself, giving yourself time and saying thank you body. But there's kind of like accepting your body as it is. King of Wands, there's someone coming in for you. If you're masculine, this could be just you. But is it feminine to feminine expression here? So there's kind of like this feeling of that you give a lot of your energy and there's someone that's going to come and match that energy. So match your creativity, your passions. This could be like bringing that love towards you, you know? So do you realize that someone's going to match that energy? The world is getting out of, I will go with there's kind of like a celebration, you know? There's kind of like a good part of you that is coming in and getting fulfilled and getting really really happy. So I do feel like this is going to be this month, but you need to accept your body more. Okay? Uh I do feel like this is a new person. We'll ask the pendulum, but I do feel like this is a new person. Yeah, even the pendulum says it's a new person for you. Okay? Kimberly, sorry, I slammed that desk with some savagery. Thank you, Sagittarius. I will do yours next. Um, what am I doing? Kimberly, what does Marshall feel about me? Okay, this seems to be something that he really, really wants. This relationship, and he's got what he wants with this relationship. This means that he's shifted his mindset towards money or working hard because he thinks that he's got you. So a lot of times when we feel like this relationship's permanent, we tend to shift our perception back to working hard. Like, I do feel like he's working hard. It seems like, is your birthday very soon? Because I feel like he's doing some extra time to give you a gift. So there's kind of like this thing. He definitely sees you as an option. So I do feel like there's a real connection here. There's not that much emotional love yet, but that's what I would say. Christina says, well, oh no. Sorry, Christina, I will get back to you. It's Sagittarius next. Because you've been waiting ages, I noticed. I'm sorry, guys, that it does take me a while to get to everybody. And there's a lot of people in chat. So it does always kind of not help. Question, what is Joe's thoughts and intentions towards me about this time? Okay, so it's weird. There's something about you possibly being cold right now. And that he's trying to like flirt with you, play with you, like, but there's kind of like this coldness, like cut offness. It might be that you're not trying to be cold, it's just perceived as cold. Sometimes people can see things differently than us. So I do feel like he's really not satisfied both in the future and the present. So I think that you need to kind of match his energy sometimes, because it might be that you're, yeah. I think he wants to talk to you, he wants to flirt with you, but um so yeah, I think that, at the moment he's not really doing any intention. He's just waiting. How does Sarap guy perceive me? Christy, you give up? Crystal, you don't give up. You should never give up. Never surrender. Perceive me and his attentions. So at the moment there's a weakness towards you, But when you kind of give him something or, say something, he kind of doesn't respond. So there's kind of like you want to give him something, he just doesn't want to accept it. But I do feel this future opening up and things going from gray to being very colorful. So I think he's warming up to you, very enjoying life with you guys. Um, Crystal, what was your question? Um, his intention towards you? I feel like at the moment he's kind of uh saying no to things just because he doesn't know whether he trusts you. Thank you, Charm. I appreciate that. Thank you. Um so that's the one thing that I would say to you is that yeah, he's trying to warm. At the moment I do feel like he's going to change in the next month or so and being a little bit more accepting, a little bit more open to this relationship. I hope that helped. Charm, was there any gossip about me and my crush's relationship that you didn't hear about? Okay. Thank you also for the donation. I appreciate that again. Um so there's kind of like this feeling of that this person was wise in actually looking after um like looking after you. So like the guys were like, you're such a catch, or you are very charming. They really want to be with you. So there's kind of like this feeling of like, yeah, like honestly, good job. The son, like the girls were like, oh yeah, like he's going to leave, then you're not going to be together, blah blah blah. um there's a feeling that people were going, well, it's probably a new thing. You guys haven't got a lot of planning in place, so it might fizzle out. There might not be as much there. And the feeling of like um probably his ex going, oh yeah, like he's going to get bored and he's going to leave. So there was kind of like four different gossips that you didn't hear about, but I do realize that they weren't perpetrated by the crush that you want to be with. It's more like people that don't even know who you guys are, not as like friends, or they're like know you but they don't know you guys. Does that make sense? They're not friends. um Other than the ex, I definitely feel the ex was very jaded, so very dramatic. But yeah, it seems like there was a lot of things that came up there. Thank you, Charm, for the donation. Did we get Crystal's message? Okay. Twisted Fate says general message. Guys, I'm sorry if you have to wait a long time. Do realize if you get tired of waiting, come back when it's like later on, because usually I do like 4 or 5 hours. Like tonight we're going to be going until probably 12, and it's going to take, yeah, I'm going to take a quick like 5 minute, 10-minute thing. I have to write something, but after that I will be back. So, take your time. Most of the time people drop off after they've got one message read. So, we end up with only 12 people at the end anyway. Twisted Fate, your general message is to get out of your headspace. There might be this feeling of being in an echo chamber. Your thoughts are very much repeated back to you. Page of Swords, there's anxiety about the future, but everything coming in is good. And that you've got a healthy sense of understanding about yourself. So anything that's coming in will be good for you, okay? So that's what I would say. Disney fan, is Gemini going to ask me out in the month of March? You're very welcome. I do not feel like in the month of March. However, I do feel April or May. Let me ask. Because I do feel like it's not this month. The pendulum says it's not this month. Is it April? It's more May. It's definitely May. So take your time. Don't get too caught up, because you might feel really hard done by that they haven't asked you out yet. You're feeling very frustrated. Amor says, what kind of guy is Mr. December? What kind of significant other would he want me to be? Definitely a passionate lover. It's kind of like this feeling of like he likes talking, he likes flirting, he likes the kind of like wordplay. I feel like more than the physical thing, he likes the thought. And so that the person that he wants a person to be is not exciting, which is weird that he has this kind of really flirtatious streak to him, but he wants someone that's very stable, not overwhelmingly excitable, very much in their headspace. So it could be that they kind of really think a lot. That's like the intelligence feeling, but they're also stressed about little things, I guess. That's what I would say they want out of you. Uh, du, 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 du. So Spiritual says his attentions, feelings towards me, no contact. He's a Libra. Okay. So his thoughts, attentions, and feelings towards you. The first thing that I would definitely say to you is like his thoughts are very aloof. He's a very aloof person. He doesn't tend to really show much about himself. He's getting out of his self-reflective phase, so there's kind of like this more warming, more caring nature that's coming out. So I think he's warming up to you. He's kind of going to tell you a lot more about himself. So that's kind of a big thing. So I do feel like this no contact is going to end very soon. The feeling is that without you, it's not good. With you, it's no good. But he's got to realize that at the moment, this is him. It's not you. Like, there's a feeling that he's possibly blamed you, that he's not feeling good, but it's not like himself, you know? Okay, so Christina says, can I ask, will I meet someone new soon? I think the thing is that you will have to travel to meet this person. So there's kind of like this feeling of opening your horizons and working towards something instead of really um staying stable, you know. There's also seeing red flags. So, I do feel like this person's closer than you expect them, but it's like one of those things that I would honestly say um that they're closer than you think they are, but you need to see outside, like, where you've been dating, you know? So there's kind of like, they're not that far away, but they're closer than you think. Thank you, Katie. Um, Give me 1 second and I'll do your question for you. Hello, Born to be Wild. So there's kind of a feeling of this person's um going to be more interested in you before you meet them. So I do feel like be more discerning about who you want. There's a feeling of not just like sitting there going, I'll take anybody. Either you're going to meet them this month. It is a yes to you're going to meet them this month. So keep an eye out. Keep your like um your eyes open. I don't think ears open, but eyes open. Okay. Katie says, hi, can you please tell me what Jordan's thinking about me today? Thank you so much for that donation, Katie. So at the moment, this person really wants your attention. They crave your attention. They desire your attention. Um, they like being around you. So it's like they like how you clean their house or you cook for them. You know, being the caring natured person that you are. But then they feel like it's not fair to ask you that. So it's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. This person still wants you to be looking after them, and they're like blaming themselves why you're not looking after them. Um they want your attention. They crave your attention, but at the same time they're really withdrawn. So they want to be in the wisest position, and I think that they think not contacting you is the wisest position that they have. I'm going to pull one more card for you. Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, they wouldn't accept your love offer if it came to them. But I think that they find you amazing. It's just at the moment, you're. Yeah. Maybe you come with too much. I guess that's what I would say. It's like, for what they have, they feel like you come with too much for them to deal with at the moment. I think it's just a moment. It's like a temporary moment. Okay. Pooja says, what does Biswet feel about this connection with me? So he judges you quite harshly, but then doesn't see the flaws with his own character. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. I will do your questions straight after this. So he doesn't see the flaws in himself, even though he focuses a lot on you. There's kind of like this overwhelmingly judgmental part that he's got to work on, because it's really not great. So there you go. He does care for you a lot. There's kind of like the passion there, but he's got to work on his judgmentality when it comes to you. Katie says, can you please tell me if he changed his mind and would want to reach out first? I think if he starts, if he started talking, like if you started talking to him, he would reach out. Thank you so much. Yeah, and there's kind of like he would flirt. I think that he likes discussing. You're very good mind, so he likes the interplay of ideas when it comes to everything. There's good news here. So I think when he has good news around him, he does tend to seize up. So he doesn't tend to be very good with good news. So he starts thinking that something's wrong. Or honestly, I feel like you need to contact him first instead of him contacting you, because he needs to feel like it's more fun or more playful than, like what would you want? You know? He broke up with you. I think that he will get in contact with you, but it's more like you're having the intention that he's going to contact you. So there's a thought. So Katie says, will he be okay with my kids? I think that he's got to accept that he's getting to a certain age where he's got to accept that people have kids. I think he'll work hard to accept kids. However, he's not a kid's type. So it's kind of a weird thing that I feel like this comes with a lot of stuff. So, and struggling and winning. So I think overall he will change his mind. It's just going to take him a while to realize that he's now in a position where he's got to accept that people have kids. And got to accept that he's actually really good at looking after kids, but because they're not his, or he doesn't feel like he can control them in a way that he thinks in his mind that his kids would be, there's kind of like that frustration. But I do feel like he's going to change his mind, yes. Let me quickly ask this and then I will get back to you, chat, because everybody is like crazily going, oh, I haven't got my question yet. I understand, guys. So it's going to be this year. It's being very, very much a yes with it's going to change this year. But he's got to get to that point. The death is the acceptance card. Like moving on, realizing that you can't hold on to things in the past. I miss him so much I can't even understand what's going on. Aww. I'll give you a hug. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the donations. Katie, I appreciate that. Let me know when you do want to book in for Reiki. Katie says, please tell me what my neighbors gossip about me. So honestly, I don't think they do gossip about you. maybe when you don't take the bins out, or they wonder if you're even home, but most of the time they don't say anything bad about you. You know, they might even just sit there and go, I wonder when she's going to be at home, you know? So I think there's a negative self-talk, like you think that other people are judging you a little bit more. That's normal. But they're not really. Dark Lucian says general love reading. Sorry guys that it's taking me so long to get to everyone's questions. I appreciate that. Thank you, Charm, and everyone that's donated, Sebaha and Christy. Thank you so much. So, general reading, love reading for you, Dark Lucian. So, at the moment, I would honestly say you're probably not in a great place for love because you are hiding yourself away with some fear. You're overspending your emotions, hoping that one thing that I would say, Dark Lucian, is you have the energy of someone that's desperate, but it's like harder. Thank you, Born to Be Wild. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I will do yours straight after, Dark Lucians. But there's a feeling of overspending your emotions, and then it doesn't work, and you get back into the scaredness. There's also a feeling of overjudgment. So I don't know. I don't know what corners you frequent on the internet, but there's like people that are, let's say, the angry young men that could be, thank you, Karen, or angry young women that are like really, you're very welcome, Christy, that blame all like the opposite sex for the problems that they have with that particular gender. But the hardest part is when we judge other people as being lacking. When we don't work on ourselves, then we're always going to be in the wrong, you know? So sometimes this is like, don't just do like there's a feeling of practicing here, or just being able to not care, you know, like not, because I feel, because you try so hard, when you feel like people are going to reject you, you reject them first, and then you shut down and you blame the other person, and it's just you, you know, it's not them. So I do feel like you have to work on healing yourself and realizing it's okay, you know. Everyone gets rejected. I've even got rejected. I don't know whether you can't see my face, so you don't know. But I would think I'm good looking. And I've got rejected as well. So, you know, don't be afraid. I think you need to work on this, and then we'll get back to general love reading. Okay. Born to Be Wild, general love reading. Of course. Thank you so much. All the super chats today, you're very welcome, will be going towards paying electricity, paying the internet, and paying for food, because you know it's very expensive here in the UK. So general love reading, you're possibly biting off more than you can chew at the moment. Born to Be Wild. If you're masculine, as someone's coming in for you, feminine. If you're feminine, then it might be that you're rushing into things too fast. And it's just overwhelming. So if you're feminine, take a step back, conserve your energy. Don't focus on too much on the person in front of you. So like honestly, Queen of Wands is amazing, very creative, very expressive, very over the top, can be flamboyant, has kind of like the fire energy vibe. You might be a Leo, something like that. But when you fall in love, when you really fall in love, you direct your energy, your fire energy straight at the person. And you can burn people out, you can wear people out. And also you might realize that they don't understand. They don't understand when there's just too much attention. And you're like, oh shit. So take your time to work on that, because I do feel like you need to spread your energy to other people. Okay? The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Plan things, do things that make you happy. And Page of Cups, get out of that self-reflection phase. If things don't work, move on, you know. But coming in for you, I think this is this month. Let me double check the pendulum, but it's very, very soon. Is this month? Is it next month? It is next month. Someone's coming in for you. Same passion, same energy, and same fiery personality. So you've got a King of Wands. So this means that you guys are very focused on each other. So this is going to be passionate. It's going to be fiery. It's going to be everything that you would ever desire. It might be very, sexy, but at the end of the day, you guys both need to work on your friend groups, spread your energy to other things, because even though you won't burn each other out, you might find it a little bit boring after a while. Okay? Thank you so much. Renata says, hi Cass, please read me as my ex. Ex JL wanting to come back to me. Thank you so much, Born to be Wild. I appreciate that. Yes, I do feel like he's waiting to come back to you, and it's very soon because we have the action card. So I would say it's going to be this month or next month, just based on that. I don't know, he's hesitating a lot, so I do feel like it's in the next 2 months. Manesia says, Manesia says, will permanent reconciliation with Muhammad Amin is my destiny or someone new? Okay, so honestly, no to this Muhammad. Thank you so much. Sudeshini, please tell me what your question is so I can answer that for you, if that sticker is with a question. Thank you. There should be someone new coming in for you, but you need to get out of your headspace. I think you've been very concentrated on Muhammad for a while, and this is dulling your fire. So that's what I would say, is that you have to get out of your headspace and see other people for who they truly are. Okay. Sudeshini says, how does Pisces feel about me? He is my ex. Thank you guys for being ever so patient with me. Do you realize if I am reading in the future, if you don't feel like you're getting your answer read, please come back. You know, it takes me a while to read everybody's, so it's just one of those things that I try to get to everybody. So what does he think about you? There is a feeling of that there's excitement. So he finds you exciting even though he's not physically in a relationship with you anymore. He's working on his future. But he still wants your attention. He wants your time. So yeah, honestly, I would say to you, he feels like he still wants to be around you, but he doesn't want to be physically with you. So if that makes sense, this could be acquaintances more than friends. Thank you so much for that donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mega Heart says, love reading with R, please. Where is this heading? Honestly, good things are coming in for this. So I do feel like you're going to get good news with this relationship. I so that's a good thing. Ace of Swords, Mega Heart, you might need to stop being so blunt and you need to get out of your headspace. You're very welcome, Sideshni. Thank you for the donation. So you need to stop being so focused on what you want and get more focused on what this person would like to know. I think that I from this perspective of feeling, they do feel like you're slightly selfish, you know. Um I think this is travel, like you guys traveling together or doing something together that like holidays, like a holiday coming in for you guys. But I do feel like this person's been planning that for a while instead of like just spontaneously doing something. Uh Jasmine says, will Edgar and I reconcile? I'm a Gemini, he's a Libra. I do feel like you will reconcile, but I do feel it's going to take some time. So you've got to release the fear based on this that this person will never come back. Because sometimes when we hold out on fear, we send out desperation energy to them and they don't want to be around we don't want to be around people that are desperate. Weirdly enough, it's something about, you know, we think they've fallen on hard times or other things. Is it going to be this month? So it's going to be sometime this month for you as well. So there you go. So just take time. Sebaha, is it true what my uncle said about our family and ancestors? I do feel like he's trying to protect you there, but I do think that he's telling the truth. I don't see any deception there. And he would know what he's talking about. He has done quite a lot of research. In VX says, has AM moved on for me? What is he feeling about his high? What is he feeling or hiding from me? So what is his feelings for you is the give me a second. So has he moved on from you? Yes, he has moved on from you. What is his feeling? Fear. I think that he is not ready to move on or like he's a correction. He's not ready for you to move on before he completely moves on from you. That's one thing that I would definitely say. And what is he hiding from me? That he's got other women. There's kind of like this feeling of keeping some people secret in his life, and I think that they are female. I don't know. Am I getting exes? Like other people that you might not improve of. That's what I'd say. I don't feel like the ex's energy, but I do feel like he's hiding them away from you. Elisa says, energy check, please. Current feelings and next actions towards me towards me this month, please and thank you. 9 of Cups and the Lovers. That's extremely lucky. You might have bitten off more than you can chew in this relationship, because it feels like there's going to be some very strong energy this month. 9 of Cups is the happiness of a relationship. So there's kind of like this feeling of yin yang energy. There's a lot of bringing in a lot of things to you, you know, and happiness. Like the love is very strong bond there. Everything looks so good. Like I definitely feel like you guys are going to have a great month and nothing will take you away from each other, okay? But it's going to be very strong energy, okay? Sarah says, should I expect anything from Makey's Aquarius? No contact since August. Thank you. You're very welcome. No. This person does care about you. No, I think it's more that you're worried about them. Because you know, like, how they can be mentally. But I don't feel like you're going to hear from them, you know? So that's important, okay? Taddam says, did my you're very welcome. Did my person E take any reading on me? No, I don't feel like a reading. More advice, really. Okay. Whatever I'm feeling. Because the weirdest thing is I'm getting like the old-fashioned gypsy vibe. You know, like the drawing of like the old crystal ball, and you know, but I feel like this is more like someone like a spiritual nature, not a tarot reader. The advice was like they should look after you and care for you, and they should focus on, yeah, they should put that energy into you. So it's hard because I do feel like this person's older and they're wiser and they've gone through parts of their life. They've had a really long life and they've got married. And so they're kind of going from the vice of like, if you love this person, you should look after them. Hello, Benita, how are you? So that's the advice that they got given, but I feel like this person's more spiritual in nature, like, than being a tarot reader. What is Felicity says, what is NTM's current feelings towards me at the moment? I do feel like they're saying don't waste the time. You know, don't waste the time. If you love this person, stay with them. Because you know you're going to blink and miss it. You know, like they're saying that they so cute that they wanted more time with their person. You know, so Sorry. Felicity, you're next. I'm sorry, I'm starting to cry. What? Okay. So there's heartbreak and fear. This person is scared of losing you, but they're also trying to push you away. So, Felicity, this sometimes happens when people are not healed and they don't want you to look after them or feel like they're less than, but they don't want you to leave. So, there's kind of like this push pull effect that you might have felt before. That's important. Um, the Two of Cups is love. So this person does feel a lot of love for you, but it's practical love. There's kind of, we can work things out together, but there's kind of like they get emotional and they get really upset sometimes, you know. Um, Chantress says, should I take business instead of history? Is it a wise choice? Yeah, you should take business instead of history. Um, because you'll be in a better place. You'll be in a better place financially, and you'll be in a better place when you get married if you haven't got married yet. But there's kind of like this feeling of you'll go better places than if you were doing history. History, I think you would have a great time because you're very much a history person, but it will not go very well mentally. You'll kind of feel like you screwed up something in your life by doing this. Benita says, will Gurpreet message me in March? If so, what will he say? He will message you in March. He wonders what you are up to, whether you want to do something with him. He wants to say he messaged you something about you being cute or, a pet name. Hello, May, welcome in. So there's kind of like this cuteness, like, hi, like you're amazing. Um, and something about a pet name. So I do feel like he's very focused on you. You're very welcome, Enchantress. Gemini says, what does B Sagittarius truly feel for P Virgo? Okay. There's kind of like this heartbreak. There's kind of an underlying heartbreak and moderation. So this person might not truly believe people at their words. They wait for people to respond in actions. That's important. However, with the Nine of Cups, I do feel like he wishes the best, or that person wishes the best for this relationship. So it is like hard for them to deal with everything. And this could be trauma because with the moderation and the heartbreak, it feels deeper. And sometimes trauma arises when people haven't dealt with it. This doesn't mean, guys, if you have trauma, you should always do talking therapy. Talking therapy only helps some people. Some people work very well with other things, but you should always try and deal with the trauma that you are experiencing because it will affect the rest of your life as well. There you go. Chame says, does Ibrahim want to be in a did I say it right? Ibrahim wants to be in a romantic relationship with you. Hey. Thank you guys for all your patience. I do realize that people have waited quite a while. So, so I would say no to this. I feel like temptation to wait, but you should continue on and you should go with the flow. So I would say no to this, Chainmay. Sorry. Girl says, what does he love about me? Oh, you're very welcome. Public, let me know when your question's coming up. Thank you guys for being so patient, and thank you for being so kind. So what does he like about you? Sometimes your coolness. Like, you're just a cool person. I was thinking coldness, but no, you're just cool. I definitely feel like you have a cool streak. That might be like you know that meme, not like any other girl. You kind of embody like a difference. Um that you're indecisive sometimes, like you can't make up your mind and then you choose something. Um and you're just generally exciting. He doesn't know what you're gonna do. So that's a good thing. So there you go. Super High says, will I get a new job before? Oh, okay. Palik, after this, my love. Will I get a new job before June? No, you're biting off more than you can chew here. So keep on steady. There's a temptation to believe that you know everything, or you're applying for senior positions instead of like trying to get entry level positions super high. So I do feel like getting your foot in the door is the biggest thing. So don't just apply for jobs, but try to ask people that you know, like friends or something like that, to come in for you. Katie, thank you for the donation, and Palik, I will do yours straight after that. Thank you guys for being so patient. Can you see if Jordan likes anyone else more romantically than you? No. With these two clarification cards, I would definitely say no. I think it's just like if he had met you early on in life, and I'm not going to say this is a horrible thing to say, but like you would never trade in your kids, but if he could go back in time and meet you before like everything happened and you became who you are now, I think that it would be just like you would have got married. There wouldn't have been any hesitation. But at the moment, he doesn't know whether he's got enough to share. So there's kind of like this dealing with, I don't know whether I should say. So that's what I would definitely say to you. I think he is collecting enough to be truly successful, and I do feel like that's the cost associated. But I don't think that he sees anybody but you. It could also be that because you've had your kids right now, that you aren't in the same level as he is in career or finances wise, and sometimes he feels frustrated that you're not the same. But yeah, he only sees you. Okay. Hello, Soja. Welcome in. I'm so sorry for how long everybody's readings are, but welcome in. Thank you so much, Sudeshi. Let me know what your question is. Pelix says current relationship guiding please is loyal or slash guilty. My God. I think he's loyal. He can be. He does enjoy or appreciate other people's beauty, which means that you tend to make him feel very bad about it. However, he has chosen you. So there's loyalty there, but he does have eyes. Unfortunately, he's not blind. So, he's loyal to the respect. He's not going to cheat on you. Okay? Okay. Love you always. Thank you. How will I meet my future partner? Description or his career? Thank you so much for the donation yet again. I appreciate that. Just because, as I said, I went shopping today and 1 week's worth of grocery, and I didn't even buy any meat. Was like 29 pounds. It's crazy. It's crazy world we live in the UK. I don't know. I shouldn't be complaining. It's a first world problem, you know. um, thank you also, Katie. No, yeah, I'm on. Yeah, Sudeshi. So, how will you meet your partner, and what is his career? So, this person works in prosecution of some kind. So he is barrister. I think he is. There's kind of like this feeling. I was asking about like what other law he does. But yeah, he also trains new lawyers. So he's not always at the bar. He's usually training the new lawyers. So he does a lot of work. I don't think that he's completely new, but he's not like less than 5 years doing this. With you, he's definitely weak towards you. He is going to be like bringing you paycheck, wants you to be happy. Likes golf. If you don't like golf, then you might not want to go. But I do feel like he's going to be taking weekends and stuff like that at the golf course. So you might not see him as much because crazy hours plus, working a lot. But I do feel like he loves you. He wants to take care of you. He will, so there you go. Is it your ex, though? We'll ask. No, is maybe someone that your ex knows. It's saying yes, but obviously that can be anybody, Hello, Nuisa? How do you say your name? Nuisa, I think. Welcome in. I am terrible with names, so if I ever screw your name up, please correct me. Katie, thank you so much for the donation yet again. Do you see us back in a committed relationship? Yes. Jordan has to make a choice, a life choice, but after that, yes. But it's going to take moderation, so it's going to take it slowly, and not get too like the worst thing is like his imagination runs away with him, and gets him in trouble, So I feel like that's a frustration there. So he's got to rein it back in and kind of work on that. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Did I get your name right? That's the biggest thing. So is this going to be happening this year? He does overthink things too hard, and that's why things have become too hard between you guys. So I do feel like this is this year, but then when he comes to that, it's excitement, it's passion. He just needs to take that time. So he's got to slowly work on this. You're very welcome. So, Nuisia? Did I say it right? Please tell me if I said your name wrong. I hate making people feel bad about that. He will come back. Yes, this year. So, general love reading. Relax. The cards say relax, take time to chill, not get too wound up in overwhelming yourself with love. Okay. How would I phonetically say it then? Um, it's like the other day someone's like, "Oh yeah, how do you say this?" And I was like, "Mugs," and they're like, "Is that my name?" And I was like, "Okay, can you please tell me how?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, but English people get it." I'm like, I'm. Oh, yeah, New easier. Okay, I glad. Yes, sorry. Um, so keep your energy to yourself. The cards are saying relax your energy, keep your energy to yourself. With the Queen of Pentacles, it seems like be grounded, be very work on your career, like work on jobs. Is this meaning that nothing's coming in for you this month? So it's not coming into this month, so the grounding is going to help you bring in this person. Because like when our energy relaxes, when it comes in and we're just like Sudeshni? Okay, thank you. Please, if I ever screw up again, please remind me. This is how I've got Munisia. Because somehow, like, I say the Z in a different way, and it's like IE at the end when it's not for some other people. So, yeah. I do feel like take your time, relax, and allow the energy to be like very focused, very grounded. Because when this person comes in, they'll be like, "Do you never get upset or stressed?" And you'll be like, "Not anymore." So, not this month, but I do feel like it's only a matter of next month, okay? If you work on this, you'll get in there. Jessica, welcome in. Christine says, "What is these feelings towards me? Is he being faithful?" Okay. Okay, so he's definitely being faithful to you because he's very focused on you with imagination. So when we trigger people's imaginations, that's all they think about. So this person's very focused on you. All they think about is you. Your spirit guides are telling you to let go of fear. Um, the weirdest thing, thank you, Sudeshni. Did I get it right that time? Awesome. um, the fear, like letting go of fear, and they're being very specific about letting go of fear of falling. So I don't know why, like trust. that people could catch you. This is not a physical thing. It might be that it translates into a physical thing, but I think that it's a mental thing. Which month? Okay. The first time you meet them, you might not like them. They come across as being a little bit, like lawyers can be pompous. So I'm definitely feeling like a July, but it's yeah, so 6 months from the start of the year. So that's like May, but I'm feeling like a July. So that's a weird thing. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you for the donation. I'm going to double check because I've forgotten what. April, May, June. Yeah, June. That's right. Okay. So, yeah. So honestly, you'll meet them, they'll be hardworking, and I think after a while they'll convince you to go out with them, but it takes a while for you to be convinced, and you'll really like them after that. But it's because they tend to have this, I'm always right, cocky attitude when they're at work, and when they're not, they're a different person. Um, Arjun says, when will I get rich and my finances improve? You have to be more specific. So you have to work and tackle your birth month. Oh, happy birthday for the future. Um, but there's kind of like this narrowing down of your finances. So I honestly would say, if you don't know who Dave Ramsey is, uh, do I do timing questions? Like, what timing? Like, what month? Or, I do timing questions. So, yeah, I would say Dave Ramsey is probably someone that I would suggest because that's what I'm getting from this. The High Priestess, you have no mental picture of what your life would be if you were rich. So I would honestly either write down, because you might not be a visualization person, write down what a perfect life is when you are rich. Because rich, it depends on the person. Rich could be like, I have good health, my children are healthy, we live in a house, it's paid off. Richness is different for everyone. But I do feel like there's a lot of good things coming in for you, and some other people would say it's luck. But I do feel like if you work on both of these, you will get to a certain point of time where you are happy. Okay? Well, money gives us health. Money gives us a lot of options that if we didn't have money, you know, we can't look after our health without money. Um you're very welcome, Arjun. Uh can you see Jordan will move out like contact first? Um so that's a yes. Let us ask how many weeks. Are you getting drawn to anything? Sorry, I bonked you. So 5 weeks from now, he will reach out to you. I thought that it was something to do with something else, like very informal, but it's not. Is it going to be a love declaration? Possibly. Has he been drinking? Yes. So he might reach out. Is he going to take that back when he's sober? No. So weirdly enough, I do feel like he's going to be slightly under the influence, but he's not going to take it back. Kind of romantic. Kinda. Let us see like what the cards say. Yeah, so I think that he's not going to accept anything that you say before he says it, just so he can relax and he's not going to feel worried. However, he's going to think that you've moved on and he's going to feel like it's stupid to say that he likes you when you might have moved on. And he'll be very happy that you haven't. So there you go. Channel, what was your question then? Guys, if you've been waiting a long time, please put how long you've been waiting for. How does A feel as see me? I'm Taurus. Like something that he's wanted for a while, channel. You're probably Chanel. No, I think he still loves you. Yes, he does. There's a feeling of like showing a lot of like caring. You might not get a lot of his time and attention because this is King of Pentacles in reverse. This person's slightly a workaholic or they're working really, really hard. And that's kind of like a frustration there. So do you realize that you might find that it might dry up if this person doesn't put more effort into this relationship, okay? So even though it's a good thing and he's really glad that this is coming in, he's also really working hard. So is he going to give you attention in the future? Yes, so you need to be patient, okay? Sorry, I am on lag. Is anybody else lagging? Gayatri, will G ever come back to me with commitments? No. He might flirt with you, he might play with you, but there seems to be that feeling of non-committal, okay? Simrian says angel message guidance for me. So you need to clean your environment. There's something in your environment that is holding some toxic energy. This is black. It could look the shape of a vase, but there's kind of like this energy to this. That's not particularly great in your environment. Nine of Wands, there's good news coming in for you very, very soon. Just be patient. But there's also new love coming in. So this, if you're in a relationship, you're very welcome, Gayatri. If you're in a relationship, this can be new love of passion, hobbies, you know, lots of good things that might not be relationship wise. If you're a single Pringle, you know, There's new love coming in for you this month, and there's good news coming in for you. Okay. Your lady awaits says, what does AL think I feel for him? Does he have a reading on me? No, he hasn't had a reading on you. What he thinks you feel for him, that you are intentionally avoiding his feelings. Well, Simran, it's coming this month. There is also a feeling of like him biting off more than he can chew with you, and it could just be that he's fed up of you not seeing his feelings. That's one thing that I would say. And with the death card, there's a progression here. Thank you so much for the donation yet again. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. So yeah, there's kind of like this feeling of um waiting, waiting and seeing if you're going to respond to his emotions. Because with the death card, this can mean that this person's given up and moving on. Sue Dashni says, will I be able to buy my car in a few months? Will my finances pick up? Not in the next couple of months. However, just keep on working, keep on progressing, keep on having that imagination, because with imagination, it brings in good things. As funny enough, I have little money frog. So my money frog is over here. Sorry, money frog. I'm gonna bring you over here. Oops. I'll keep that. So there's my money frog, and he sits there on my desk, and he's a loving, kind nature frog, and he brings me lots of money. But the whole idea is you could sit there and go, he doesn't actually do anything. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe I just like look at him and go, oh, I'm going to get money today. And so therefore sometimes you've got to put that imagination in, oh, like everything's going to be all right, everything's going to be okay, I don't need to worry about it. Okay? So sometimes when we are very heartbroken about finances, or we sit there and go, we're never going to get this, what's going to happen? Guys in chat, what's going to happen if we go, we're never getting this? It never happens, right? So therefore, the imagination, positivity, very much work on it. I do feel like you're going to get more money. You might have to work on a car, or you might get a second-hand one. Okay? So I do think that things are going to pick up, but you need to be positive. Jessica says you're never going to get it. Exactly. So did I do Jessica's? I didn't do Jessica's. Who's better for you, old or the new? The old one knows you better, but they're always picking on your insecurities. They're always making it hard for you. So that is frustrating because they keep tearing you down and not rebuilding you, you know? So that's important, is that they tend to pick you apart. The new one is very focused on you, and they're also very stable. So even though they don't know you very much yet, they like the crap out of you, you know? So that's important for me. Okay? First one says, why did my celebrity crush come to me in my dream? And will I manifest them to come back? you didn't have much control over your dreams. I think you watch your celebrity crush constantly. That's important, you know. So that's the hard part. Is like you watch, like it's almost possessive. You're like watching him a lot, or this person a lot. Strength. Yeah, no, you're not gonna manifest your crush into your life. Sadly, that's a weakness that you're probably never gonna feel. Mystic Falls says, I've been hurt by A. Does he realize he hurt me? You're very welcome. No, he doesn't realize how much he hurt you. Some people tend to downplay what they do to other people. It's not fair, but most of the time, how can I explain it? We tend to magnify what has happened to us, and we tend to downplay what we do to others. And because this has been emotionally scarring for you, mentally and possibly physically, it's not been great, you know. So this person's just living their life, sorry to say. And you know what will actually be better, like how you get your revenge, is to live your own life and not think about them ever, you know. You're like, okay, you have no power here. Okay, positive vibes. Hello, welcome in. Did Omar Libra get in a new relationship, in a breakup, or still love you? No, this person hasn't got in a romantic relationship yet. I think they're trying, but they're still very focused on you. So, yeah, I think that energy is going away from you. However, mentally, they're coming towards you. So let's see if you're going to reconcile, because you'll probably ask me that in a second. So yeah, we'll kill that. So no to reconcilement. So we killed two birds with one stone, because sometimes, you know. So Anita says, love until the end of 2023. Will I meet new love? Can I replace reconcile Hanger Scorpio in my heart? So I don't think that you'll meet someone this year for you. However, I do think that you're going to have a great year. It's just like you should go with the flow and allow things to happen. But keep an eye out on people's motives. With the King of Swords, it's like, can replace reconcile. So I honestly say that you should reconcile this person without dealing with meeting someone new. I think if you replace someone now, you won't go past their bad points. So the cards are saying that they overspent themselves in emotions. They might have been talking or seeing other people, you know, like they weren't really that kind of like focused on you. And with the King of Swords in reverse, they had some kind of anger issue. So swords in reverse can be very cutting, very sharp, and they can hurt people, because if they get upset, they start, you know, being very angry, but more in a words way. Okay? Start the star. Start the star. Sorry. Weirdly enough, I've been taking royal jelly which has helped my vision a lot. And then I was like, weirdly enough, very confused because I was like, what would it have that would help? And then I was like, oh, it's got collagen in it. Never mind. Don't take raw jelly if you know that you're allergic to honey, though, please, guys. That would not be good. I don't want anybody to stop breathing on me. So what does this person truly feel about you? Okay, we've got a couple, but I think this is quite simple, so we're going to go through these things. So this person feels very old when it comes to you. You're also kind of can be slightly mean. Like when you're angry, you're not so great, sir. So that's one thing that I would say is kind of like he knows when he's in trouble and he can feel very dramatic, you know. Thank you so much for the donation, girl. Give me 1 second and I'll do this one and then we'll move on. The sun is like joy. This person likes being around you, but he doesn't like being there when you're angry or upset. And he's always like looking at you like, what did I do wrong? You know, what why are you angry again? So do you realize that? Is he remorseful about the things that triggered his no. uh it's hard. It's hard. So I say it depends. So you might need to work on is like your bluntness. You can be very blunt, and when I know, because I get Queen of Swords. That's my card in the deck. We can be very blunt, and other people don't know how to take it, and we could probably, yeah, dial it back a notch. Dial it back a notch. Start being the friendly. So kind of get down to their level and go, um, I think that it's with most swords, they do not like people criticizing their intelligence. Like my partner sometimes, I don't think it's that they mean it, but sometimes when they treat me like I'm irrational or I'm not going to get what they mean, it can really drive me nuts. So sometimes I think get on that level, realize that maybe you know, be a little bit more friendly. Will help because then won't be in a defensible mood. As soon as someone's in a defensible mood, you cannot make them change their mind about anything. They're in defense. And this is the problem, is like you want this person to be open and receptive. So it might be that you need to write down how you feel and then go through and edit that letter and then give it to them. So they can kind of dictate a response, or they can, you know, because when we get really angry and when we're in that space and we're like, then you need to fix that. However, there's kind of like he does realize that he's done something wrong. And he's willing to kind of make concessions or make changes. So yeah, you've got to realize that you can't just sit there and go, see, I'm right, which is probably your response to this. But, you know, it's okay. Miss you, darling. Miss you too. Girl, what would T say to me if he had no filter? Thank you so much for the donation, girl. I appreciate that. It helps me with electricity bills and food and everything else. I'm a full-time tarot reader, so I do this. I do, you know, I also do streaming, but it's not most of my income. Most of my income comes from tarot. So what would he say to me if he had no filter? Like he would overspend to buy you things. He would overspend to bring you your house. Like, how can I explain it? You know when you're a kid and you get the Barbie house? AS, you can put your question, but you'll need to keep on posting it until it gets answered, unfortunately. Barbie house, and like you buy all the furniture. Like this person wants to do this, but in real life, but they can't. So it's kind of like frustrating for them because they want to give you things, but they also have possibly, if they spent a lot of money, they couldn't stop. So they need to work on how they see or perceive money. There's a heartbreak here. Like this person just wants to sit and go, well, why can't we just play? Why? Like honestly, I feel like this person wants to play computer games with you. It might be that they play certain games. It's weird because I'm getting this computer games vibe. That play certain games, but you don't play them. This might be not video games, but there's kind of a feeling of you don't play the same games as I do. Page of Cups. I am trying to get out of my I think he realizes sometimes he's put his head up his own ass, for a matter of speaking. And sometimes he realizes it's too far up there sometimes to get it out quickly. So be patient with that. I think he says it's kind of like a joke. I think this is what he would say if he's really drunk. Which you're like saying that. So yeah. So the start, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. I really do. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like for me, it's just like he doesn't feel like you guys have stopped talking. Like maybe mentally he's talking to you. So you know. So Sa says, "What does B truly desire with me is a romance." I do feel like there's a lot of things that come in with this relationship this person really likes or desires. However, there's no excitement here, and it could just be that you're both very practical and there's not as much excitement here. Like, maybe there wasn't any chase, the kind of feeling. Okay. Mental. Yeah, so this person, if they're feeling like they haven't gelled that right or there's something wrong, they start questioning whether they should leave or they should stay. I feel like there's this flux because they don't always talk about like their role in these relationships. So they can be a little bit frustrated normally in kind of like, oh yeah, like if I'm not feeling that buzz of getting in this relationship, then there's something wrong. However, I don't feel like they're trying to get something new. So I don't realize that they haven't found anybody else. So they're just focusing on you. However, oh, I'm trying to figure out why they're not excited. And it's maybe you're not wearing like I was thinking, the tennis dresses where it's just above the knee, so you're showing the knee, but you're not showing anything else. I don't know whether you live, and yeah, so there's kind of like this feeling of like the kind of skater dress above the knee. So it's just slightly above the knee, so you're showing your knee. I don't know why that's exciting, but that's exciting to him, you know? Here's next. Annabella says, what is his true feelings? Thank you, AS. After this, I will definitely do yours. Thank you so much for the donation. It helps me a lot. I appreciate it. um, so what does this true feelings towards him? He is separated. We are separated. His Libra from another country, says Annabella. Okay. So, honestly, this person's very focused on you and their energy is in a good place. How. What are you saying sorry about? No! Don't say sorry. Thank you. Thank you. So, but he's kind of keeping um, his own energy, like, not realizing whether he should move or whether he would want you to, um, come towards him instead of the other way around. So do realize if you want to continue this relationship, you will have to move. But I think his energy is positive. It's just like, sweetie, you just have to put your question down. It's like a jumble of people. So I tried to get to your question. Okay? So I do think he's very honest and he's very directed towards you. AS says, how does P truly feel about you? And thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it massively. Okay. Not that I don't love all your faces. You're amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Um, so what does P truly feel about you? There's this feeling of this person might be slightly overwhelmed. There's like this feeling of overwhelmness here. Like they got too excited and now they're kind of hiding away because they got overstimulated. Like um did you yes, did they go with you to a party or something like that? Because at the moment they're very burnt out and I can only think that they've been around lots of people including you lately, and that's kind of made them scared to go out and interact with people. Um, Ace of Cups, new love. So they definitely have like new love coming in for them about you. So it's like new love, but they also try to reject that love. They're trying to reject that feeling because the answer is that it doesn't always go very well to them. Yes, there is a free list as well. So there's no list. There's just like me being able to pick at random. Um sorry guys. Um I will get to your question soon. The Fool is in reverse. So this person's going with the flow. Um I think if you give this person a safe space to feel like themselves and you're not forcing them to be very extroverted and they feel safe with you, I do feel like this is going to blossom and they're going to trust you a lot more, because at the moment they're not trusting a lot of people. It's not just you, but a lot of other people. And they're scared of like opening up for that to happen again to them. Okay? So I hope that answered your question. How do you say your name? Anthony. I think it's Anthony Recino? Kentano? I don't know. What's the first one? I should. Hi, I just subscribed and I liked. May I ask a question? What's coming towards you? Antinous. Okay. Welcome in. Okay, so there's someone that wants to care and protect you. That's what's coming in. So someone's going to really look after you. I'm getting older person's vibes, so it's kind of not going to be a romantic partner. It feels like almost a grandmotherly vibe, like some like little lady that wants to make sure you're okay. This could be a neighbor, but there's kind of like this cute vibe of like feeding you meals, looking after you. Or Tony? Which one do you normally go with? Um, there's options coming in for you. All of these are realistic options. So take your pick and be very settled on the fact that you are picking the right choice. With the Empress, there's a high amount of creativity coming in for you. Um, so I would spend this month working on creative endeavors and really working on, yeah, experiencing that kind of creative endeavor for you. Okay. I hope that helped. Okay, give me 1 second. I had to do some. I'm gonna take a break now. I'm gonna take a break for 10 minutes. Guys, get up, wander around, and I will be right back. So do take a break, okay? Yeah, so I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. I'm going to change this. So don't worry about what it's saying because the list isn't closed. Can I edit this? Properties. Okay. I have to write something very quickly and I'll be right back with you. Oh my god, thank you, Karen. Welcome. Welcome in. How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling better. Sorry about that, guys. It took me a while. I apologize. I apologize. Oh my god. That's for the first question, severe pain. Oh, I wish I could make it better. Maybe we can work on the Reiki next time, just working on pain. One of my friends that's like he's got severe pain. Um yeah, he says that people swear by Reiki and he's very skeptical. I'm like, well, um I think it's a hard thing because the mind and the body and everything is so connected, and like the universe is very connected. I've diagnosed liver disease now too. That's not reversible, right? Okay, so the moon, be a little bit careful of what friends and your ego says to you. This doesn't mean that it's not the truth, but how can I explain it? It's a colored perception of these things. So, um, how could I explain it? Get yourself a second opinion on a lot of things. The love is upright. There seems to be someone coming in for you very, very soon. Um, this feels like a new relationship because the lovers are upright. Sorry guys that it took me so long. Love is upright. This is a new connection. It says yes. So I definitely feel like that's a new connection. You need to remove some temptation for you, Karen, is that you always treat yourself negatively in your thoughts. There's like this negative self-talk that needs to be erased. It's causing a lot of issues, a lot of havoc, but because it's so insidious, you just don't think about it there, okay? So, those are on this thing. Um, I feel like it's more your health. Like, a lot of people are saying that you can't do something. That's important. Thank you, Sudeshi, for another donation. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So honestly, I would be a little bit scared of like you just feeling like all of these people are right and they're not, you know. Yeah, I would honestly be asking a lot of second opinions, especially medical. Your friends are worried, but I think they shouldn't be worried either. Okay? Yeah, and stop the negative self talk because it's not very pretty and it's not very kind. And I know you're doing it to yourself and you possibly don't know that you're doing it, but it's insidious and it's going to hurt you more than you know. Sudesh Sudeshni says Dashini. Sorry, I'm saying the wrong way. I'm sorry. Someone new is coming in. Um, yeah, someone it's definitely new for you. Does your future partner have children? Is he colored or no? He's not. He's very single. Very very much a bachelor. Um, has been a bachelor for a while. Like the weirdest thing is, I'm getting a. You know, does anyone know Thank you, Sue Destiny. Thank you. Barney from How You Met Your Mother. How I Met Your Mother. Kind of that vibe where he's like got the bachelor pad and he doesn't like share you with other people. You'll have to go with the flow with this. Cause um I'm very sure he's Indian. He doesn't look Indian. He might be half. He might be half. Cause he doesn't strike me as being, he could pass as someone that's not Indian, but he has, I think sometimes he does the head bob, you know, that could give him away, but most of the time he doesn't. So, Yep, very good looking, very handsome. Well, I would be chasing after him anyway. He doesn't wear a beard, he's clean shaven. So, you know. Um slightly roguish. There you go. So what was the other thing? Yeah, no kids. Yeah, I don't think it's your ex. um Benita says, what are Gurpreet's next actions towards me in March? Was there Aldonia, just be patient, hun. I'm getting to you. um okay. Gurpreet's next actions towards you in March. Well, this person definitely wants to have kids. So there's going to be a discussion about kids in your relationship. So I do feel like there's kind of like a little bit more discussion about longer things. However, I do feel like you guys decide not to get. You're very welcome. Thank you for the donation. Um, you guys feel like you don't have that option yet, or some things need to be done before that, and there's no way of seeing a new option towards that. Um, I feel don't give up hope, don't get frustrated, because when we're looking at something so small, we miss the bigger picture. We don't work towards something, and sometimes you need to kind of put in the first step. Devilish says, does Scorpio realize he hurt me by the way he's behaving? When will he send messages frequently? Okay, so I think that sometimes he realizes he's being a brat, or some other word. But I do think that he justifies that by how busy he's working, instead of really working towards something else, you know. A Wheel of Fortune, when will he message you consistently? I think that's what you said. When will he message frequently? Never. Unfortunately, he will never message frequently. He's go with the flow kind of person, and he doesn't do that, okay? Love Libra says, what does a love about me? Thank you. I'm so sorry about the wait, guys. He definitely sees you as a wish fulfilled. It's very much like he's got everything he wants. There's kind of a weird thing where this person admires your tenacity, admires your stubbornness, admires everything about you, but sometimes can feel like you're slightly immature, even though he loves you, um, and finds you very cute. I definitely feel from these cards that love's coming through. Um, so that's a hard thing that I would say. Um, and the caring, okay? Aldonia says, when will the negative people around me leave me alone, please? Um, you have to start getting angry with them, Aldonia. Stop being mean to them. And stop being very, blunt. I like a lot of times like tune down the bluntness, but if you want people to leave you alone, you should be a little bit more blunt. Um, it's also like giving up and walking away. Oh, you have hugs. Give you hugs. Don't worry. Don't be crying. Okay. This is not a place that we should cry. You should all be slightly happy, I guess. So giving up and walking away and just not being so very focused on the mean people. Because if you focus on them, you give them uh power over you. You know? Sometimes people are not worth the time. They're not worth like the toilet paper that you know. I know I'm being mean. Samia says, how does Judge Aqua currently feeling after me after I cut him off completely and said I was going to delete all my account? He has access to me. Is he regretting not making the right choice? I think he is. However, I do feel like there's a sense of relief here. So I think that he knew this was coming, Samia. So, um, when people know something, even if it's subconscious and the action has happened, they're not willing to sit there and go, okay, um, but I do feel like he's not wanting you to be destructive. That's what I feel like he's trying to say to you. Mealy says messages for March. Mealy, welcome in. Okay, go with the flow. I don't feel like you're going to be physically moving anywhere, so there's kind of like choosing to stay somewhere. This is okay. The universe is going to guide you where it needs to go. I'm just going to close the door so I can trap the heat into the house because it's cold here. You're very welcome, Samia. But yeah, there's kind of like this feeling of waiting for the universe to guide you where you need to go, especially in March. Follow your intuition, because there seems to be a lot of good things coming in if you follow your intuition. Okay. Um. Okay, Emlord says AB supervised me today, but it didn't go as planned, and I feel very disappointed with me. Does she think the same? Bu, 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 bu. Does she like what she saw? Thoughts? you're struggling and winning on this. So honestly, you shouldn't give yourself as bad of a credit, but also you overspent your apologies, I think. Like there was like this feeling of being competent, and as like you got supervised, it got more and more clumsy as the day went on. Um, does she see the same? No, she doesn't. Like, she sees you from the outside, so she's going to be like, well, you're a little bit rough. There's not as much finesse, but she's more seeing you as like a project to work on. That bit where people are like, it's okay. You're going to figure it out. And I think that she wants to give you enough space to try and figure it out on yourself. If not, she's gonna come and help you, because she's not a mean person. And she knows how it felt like when she was, you know, getting supervised. So she does understand and she does have empathy for you, okay? Uh, Alpha Libra says messages. I thought I did yours, Alpha Libra. Okay. Well, do your question again. Alpha Libra says, messages from a Libra. We are separated. He's from another country. So he's not excited about not being with you. There's kind of like this feeling of separation or not being excited about the separation. Wheel of Fortune, he's going with the flow, and it's okay, it's fine, Alpha. I'll do yours again. It's all good. Um, you could say when, but I don't have photographic memory and I don't keep track of the time, so unfortunately, sometimes I sit there and go, that question I've already answered. Wheel of Fortune, they're going with the flow and they keep carrying on. So this feels like they're living their own life without you. I want to pull a clarification card, but you're biting off more than you can chew with this relationship. That's what I would say for you is like you're biting off more than you can chew because I feel like they're living their own life and they're really not willing to change for you or move towards you. Okay. Um. Shan says, in my first question, my spirit guide message, Granddad, was is I won't be too emotional. So something's coming in for me. May I know what it is, please? Okay. Um. So Shan, the cards this weirdly as saying, you show weakness. If you got this without, if they told you what it was, then you wouldn't feel like you could accept it. Like, because it's so good, you're not going to accept it. It just feels like, um, you wouldn't want to take that on because you know so many other people that deserve it more than you. So this is the first time that my cards won't actually answer. They'll like go with the flow on this. Trust it. Instead of questioning it, trust it. Accept that when this good thing comes in, which is going to be overwhelmingly good, it's for you. And that's what your granddad said as well. Unfortunately, Shan. I think it's because if you know it's coming to you, you're going to keep on talking yourself out of it. Okay? LH says, what was Robert's impression of you this evening? Oh, honestly, you were delightful. This person wants to look after you and protect you. Definitely stirred up the gentleman vibes in them. You were looking amazing, but you're very welcome, Shan. You were looking amazing, but you were also looking very attractive to the point, you know, that other people were staring at you, which he didn't like. Hands off, you're mine. Not in a bad way, but there was kind of a little bit of possessiveness. Um, and he can't wait to take you out again, or see you again. I think it was more like other people are looking at her, and I don't like that they're looking at her. She's mine. Um, you're very welcome. Kimberly, does Marshall want to reconcile with me? Yes, but it's going to take time. So do relax a lot because I think you're very stressed. But I do feel like this is going to take time. Is it going to be this month? No, it says no. Is it going to be next month? It's maybe next month. The month after? So it's more like next month you have a chance of this coming back to you. Him coming back to you. But it's probably only for that month. So there's going to be some interaction of some kind. PU, just put down your question and I'll honestly just keep on putting down your question and see I'll try to read it as soon as I see it. Nobody, should I continue to build my career as a writer? What prospects I have in it? Yes, you should. Because you've got a great imagination and you just know what to write. What prospects you have in it is that other writers will like your work and start promoting it, you know? Awesome, Kimberly. So, yeah. Um, so that they want to help you out. The one thing that would uh be bad for you is that how can I explain it? Is like writers are very, depressive bunch sometimes. They don't like their work, and that you'll have to resolve. That's what's going to come up, is this kind of feeling of, you know. So I do think you have a great career as a writer though. Just with that imagination. Lovely says, why is Elle so quiet today? Weirdly enough, I do feel like this person's a little bit sick today. They didn't want to take medication, and now, they're not feeling very great. I, I do feel like they're slightly sick. However, I feel like they fear the drugs more than what they've got. So, it's not that serious, but, Do, 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 do. PU says, how should I approach Taylor for a conversation? We broke up badly, and he seems to be like needing someone by his side now. We had a long distance relationship. Honestly, PU, you should not really converse with him because he's not ready for it. You should take it slowly and approach it later because at the moment he's still in emotional thing, and you're not going to be able to do that just with words. So he is in a feeling place and not a thinking place, and you're not there to be the physical, you know. Sometimes we all have to deal with that, and deal with our own emotions, which is a good way of growing up. So honestly, if he's having a hard time right now, it's because he's having, so guys, we are going to finish up. Let's say we'll go over an hour. So please, guys, if you are just come in, we might be finishing up new questions. I will try to do everyone's that's in chat already, but please, if you just come in, no more questions. Okay. Flemme says, how does awesome guy compare me to the other girls, and should I move on? Okay, so I'm going to put list is closed tonight. Just so I can actually I will put a new text thing so I can keep my tea. But don't go away. I'm going to give you all your questions answered. Nah. Okay, that's not what I wanted. List, list, list is closed. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I can't even spell, you know? Okay, so if someone comes in and they have, like, asking questions, you're like, um, you're very welcome, PU. Um, so, right, it's Fame. Okay, so this person doesn't compare other girls, Flame. So he just focuses on you, or focuses on the world. I don't think he focuses on you so much because he's very much on his headspace, but he goes with the flow. Should you move on? No. You get cared and protected very well in this relationship. So the cards are saying be patient, not yet. That's what I'm getting from that. Is he the one for me? Well, the cards say just be patient. Is he the one for you? So Kayuti, yes. So there you go. So yeah. Honestly, the cards are saying, wait, there's divine timing in play for you. Okay. No worries, Shan. Cancerian says, how does R Libra feel about me? A little bit upset. There's a lot of things that they don't share with you. It might be that you are very much what is it? you have people in your life that you talk to that are not David. What is it? Is this the right one? Am I? I am confused. Who am I on? Thank you, Lotus. My brain is going, you know. My brain is bloody going. I think I was on Ellie. And I think. Was I on Ellie? I don't know. I will do Ellie's and then I'll come back to that. Because my brain just froze. It got loading screen. Does David have romantic feelings for you? The pendulum definitely says yes to that. So Emerald says AB is supervising me again in May. Will it be better than today? I think you need to get the practice down. It's kind of like this feeling of practice. Imagine in your head how to cope with things if they're worse. So it's more like how can I explain it? Someone said use your intuition, and it's like keep practicing the things that you're not good at, but you should go with the flow. I definitely feel like it's going to be better, especially if you practice what could go wrong. Not like worried about what can go wrong, but if you're like, oh yeah, this would happen, so then I'll do this. That's a good thing. Okay, Katsarian, I'm so sorry. My brain froze. It was on the loading screen. And then it just bugged out. I know I'm tired, so that can happen. So, I thank you for your patience, Kansarian. So, how does the R Libra feel about you? You're incredibly stable. You're very much a good juggler in your life. And you're very fluid. However, sometimes you can overspend your feelings. So you tend to be nice to everybody. And I think that they wonder, like, is this just something you do and you're not just nice to them? That can be something that they question. However, they do have this very caring and protecting side. So they care a lot about you and they want to protect you. So there is a genuine love here. Um, and I do feel like it's. I think in the future, this person could say that they die for you as a joke when it's not a joke. Like they would protect you very fiercely, and I do feel like that's a very strong thing for them, is normally looking after other people. So there you go. Sabaya's next actions towards you. Guys, I will go to sleep and I will sleep like the dead. Hopefully not actual dead. That would be very disturbing because my partner's away. That would be like maybe next week my neighbor will find out. That would not be good. I will not sleep like the proper dead. You're very welcome, Katsarian. So Flower Age says Tobias' next action towards me. So Wheel of Fortune, this person's going with the flow. They're not being very focused. There's kind of a distance between you and Spy that's going on because they don't know whether you are wanting them, you know? So it's kind of like this distance of, I don't know if this person wants me. there's a very strong bond with you and your mom. This person doesn't feel like they get in edgewise. Like, you tend to be very caring, and removing of the obstacles around you. So this person might find you messy and cluttered. So, um, at the moment, you should realize that they have to deal with things yourself. And so, yeah, honestly, just allow the divine timing to help you weather the storm, because it's more about them dealing with their own feelings. Does Elliot think I annoy him by constantly talking to him, or does he like it? Salama, I've never met like a man that likes constant talking. Mostly because they can't process it. Guys in chat, would you agree? Am I just thinking of like at least two guys I know? um, yeah, I think that honestly you might have to give them a little bit of space. Especially the physicality space. Um, because you can overtalk them and they're a little bit scared of like if they say anything like, hey, give me some space, you'll get upset and they don't want you to be upset. So so yeah, I think honestly you have a great energy. You're very excited about a lot of things. Um Zalamia, maybe I don't want to ask, but I do. So I'm going to ask, do you have like ADHD? Just for the question. Because I do feel like you're constantly distractible, constantly excited, very carefree, go with the flow, you know. Um so I feel like this person doesn't care because you're mostly just very happy and this person wants you to be happy, but sometimes they need the space. And I think they sometimes go, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go out just or that they're not going they're going to be busy just cuz then they get some space." But they don't find you annoying. They just get scared that they're going to upset you. Ellie, please ask Pendulum what month I will meet David this year. Okay, so what month will you meet David this year? Which one are you pulling towards? It says the 7th month of this year. I'm getting this one. Okay, there you go. Guys, if you have answered like I've answered your question that you put down, guys, there won't be any more tonight. I am running on fumes. I am empty. The only person that's going to get a reading that hasn't put it down yet is Karen, because she's always here. What's coming towards me in love, his character, and is he passed on you? Um, his character is very much like flowing, um, working towards something, just being very persistent, very much like intuitive. So I do feel like this person's like a painter, Fatin, or you know, someone that is um yeah, it's like painters coming up, but a specific painter. So maybe murals. But yeah, I do feel like this new person is going to be new. A very much a strong connection straight away. I'm very sturdy, you know, very sturdily built, very much like someone that is reliable, has good muscles. Queen of Pentacles will love you right to the ground. I think this person could pick you up and swing you around, like big bear hug, you know. Not that they're fat, they're just well built, you know. Not happy or sad, they don't tend to um show emotion, but when they're funny, they're uh, when they're happy, they smile. Okay. Sunny says, what is ATF's current feelings towards me? Guys, if you just come in, unfortunately the list is closed. If you have been here, just let me know, because I'm just finishing up now. What are ATF's current feelings towards you? There's kind of a little bit of anger. There might be a Sunny that's. It depends whether you're masculine or feminine. If you're masculine, they think you're angry. If you're feminine, then yeah, this person is angry. I do feel like they'll talk to you soon. It's just it takes a time for them to talk to you. So it's going to take a little bit of time for them to process feelings. Um, and they're just going with the flow. So it could be that they understand that they're upset, they understand they're angry, they're trying to process those emotions before they talk to you, because it's going to have a profound effect on you. Love Mummy says, does Gemini love me and want to be with me in the future? This person lusts after you. However, I do feel like they won't want to be in the future because they don't really moderate their life very well. So it's kind of a hard thing for me is that when people don't get their lives under control, they don't understand. They don't understand how love slips past their grip because they aren't ready for it. They don't ready to commit, you know. Sorry, guys, I needed some water before my throat was going to tear off. My vocal cords were going to tear off my throat. That sounds very violent, but that's what it felt like. What has happened to with A? Why is he sad? I don't know. Maybe melancholy. If he's finding overwhelming sadness, it could be someone that he loved has passed, or he was thinking of a person that loved has passed. So Queen of Wands in reverse. This person feels like an aunt or someone he would call aunt. He's trying to be very positive and think about the future, but I do feel like he misses so much about about this person in general. So yeah, I think he's very positive. Like he's realizing that he can't do anything about it, but there's times he's still very sad. Florence said, how does this person feel about me? they're working very hard on this relationship with you, or they feel like they're working hard on this relationship with you. However, they're escaping the physicality, you know? And so therefore they're escaping, so they need to. Wheel of Fortune is you need to trust the universe, your intuition on this, you know. Will you go apart in the future? So the pendulum even says yes. So yes, love, mommy. Um, Lotus Rose says, I've been here. Love question 2. Why hasn't Joel told me to call him, but he doesn't answer? Cause sometimes he feels bad. He feels like you wouldn't like him, Lotus Rose. He also forgets that he asked you to call him. Sometimes he's a little bit oblivious, but most of the time it's like he looks at the phone and he doesn't answer because he's um dealing with his own mental struggles of like, am I good enough for them, you know? And the manifestation, this person seems to be unlucky, you know? Um, there you go. Emma, how does Flan see me? Okay, I'm now gonna have a voice. Emma. So this person, two of cups is like practical. So yeah, Lotus Rose, he's feeling that now. You should just text him instead. Um, so two of cups, very much like practical love. However, I do feel like um that you might be messy and untidy, but not in a physical sense. That's kind of like in a mental sense. Emma, you're mentally um untidy. You know, maybe you just don't have space for all the thoughts in your brain, Emma, and so therefore there's no stopping them sometimes, and so therefore you get sidetracked mentally. Um, this has caused issues because this person feels like you're not listening when you could be daydreaming or zoning out or a myriad of things, but it's just like these things keep popping up for you that maybe you need to try to actively listen. It is kind of hard to listen to someone actively because we're always designed to listen to someone half a ear and reply back with our brain, you know, that sort of, oh, okay, that person said that, so I'm going to say this, when sometimes we just need to be quiet and listen to them, which takes a lot. And then sometimes even mirror back what they've said. Oh, this is what you said, right? Not in a point of like clinical context, but there's kind of like active listening will help you very much with Flan. Maria says, does he have romantic feelings for you? I would say no, Maria, to that. You're very welcome. Manifest says, hi, I've been here. Thank you guys for being so patient, so loving, so kind. I appreciate everybody that's donated tonight, and I will be doing Karen. Karen, please put down your question for me. So manifest, this is your reading before you're like, oh, she skipped me. I did. These are your cards, okay? So is the Scorpio planning on connecting with you again? I do think yes to that. It's going to take a while because they've been slightly in a messy state and they really haven't tidied up a lot. Is it going to be this month? Is it going to be next month? So it seems like it's going to be next month. Okay. Florence says, will I get married to the person of your interest? Ooh, Florence. Yes, I do think so. Karen, you didn't need to donate. Thank you so much. That is a really cool sticker. Thank you for my energy. I think thank you for my throat. My throat is just, also my brain is just going, in a weird way of like getting distracted. And that's when I know I'm tired. Florence, will you get married to your person of interest? I feel like there's kind of two energies here. Will you get married to the person of your interest? So no, but you will get married. So that's the weirdest thing is like I was going, that's kind of like you're struggling and you're winning, but the others felt like no question. So it's like you're going to get married, but not to the person that you are interested in. Question 1, do you see issues with the property title being resolved in the next few days? The previous seller and buyer that's owner now before me didn't do title work correctly before me. Will it get resolved and settled soon? Okay. So it's gonna take a little bit longer. It's like something that you need to be patient on because you're getting very upset and very angry that it hasn't been done. Is it going to be next month? Is it going to be this month? Okay, so apparently it's going to be this month, not next month. So it's like, it's going to take a while. But it's, yeah. Keep knowing that you're putting your energy in. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Just take it slowly. Know that your hard work is going into it, so you don't need to overwork it. But I think it's going to be, for me, it's like the end of this month. No, 3 weeks. So it's not going to be this month. Sorry, I was going to say this month, but third week, not this week. Because it seems like there's some kind of. How can I explain it? So it's like they have to go back to the person before them to do something so they can do it. So I feel like the issue is being on that title deed, piece of paper for a while, you know. And so therefore it's not just them that has to correct it, it's the people before them. And that's going to take a while. Because they've got to find where this person's gone. So yeah. Yes, it will be in your favor, not hurting you at all. It's just, yeah, I do need some rest. It is past 12 o'clock. Witching hour. Ha 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 ha. Time to get on my broomstick and fly out of here, huh? Does Owen feel like I'm yes with this? So there's kind of anger, death. So this person feels like before I do go to bed, I need to do Divine Soul's report because yes, Divine Soul is one of the people that get Reiki every month. So yeah. Honestly, I'm getting distracted because I'm getting tired. Sorry, Divine Soul. Yes, this person's feeling angry because he thinks that you made the choice to move on. So Erwin feels like you moved on. So after Zarin, I will finish up because I think everyone's got their question answered. But yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a broom. That would be funny. Just walking around the house with a broom. Um, Emma says, does Fian know that I also like him? Yes. Yes, but this person's like thinking they're ugly or something. You know, those teen boys. Astro Girl, I'm fine to finish tonight. Come back some other day. So if you've got your subscription and notification on, please let me know. I'm going to finish up with Zareen tonight. So yeah, he knows that you like him. Sorry, Astro Girl. That's okay. That's all right, Karen. It's fine. You know, I forget too. Will I get rid of my negative partner? Thank you, Divine Soul. I will do your reading very soon. This year if possible. Yes. I do feel like let your friends help you. And not be scared to step up to that, you know? But I do feel like, yes, it is possible. But you need to show courage and you've got to let your friends help you. So what is the advice I do let him know that I haven't moved on? Zebby, no, unfortunately, my voice is gone. I wish another day, Zebby, but tonight I am not going to continue on. My throat is starting to rasp. So honestly, just not be too blunt. Don't tell him you have moved on yet. Be caring always, like maybe just have caring energy. If he comes into your life, be very caring, very, and the hangman, he's going to drop into this connection again. So that's one thing that I would say is he is scared of dropping back into this connection, but he will. Because he hasn't moved on yet. And I don't think he will. When is my next live? I think wait, because Ace of Swords in this deck is like, don't be too blunt. So take your time, be a little bit more mysterious, divine soul. So Zebby, I should be on sometime later this week. Let's say Friday night. I'll say Friday night. We'll say 7 p.m. GMT. That means that I have to be here. Because I've given you my word, Zebby. So, thank you so much for everybody. Give testimony about Reiki. Like, amazing. Like, honestly, I love you guys. If you do want to book Reiki or you want to book a reading, there is my Ko-fi link in the little, where you see the banner. It's on the side, and there's a link tree thing. Click that, and you can go, and there's Ko-fi. Or go ko-fi.com/mystic Cassandra Tarot. Like, if you open Ko-fi and have a search, you'll find it. And I'll see you on Friday. Sebi, please tell me when you come back, you go, oh, you didn't answer my question on Wednesday. And please put that before your question so I can then answer it straight away if I see it, okay? Because I feel very bad when people miss out. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Karen, for being an amazing moderator. I know that you had to deal with a lot today. And I appreciate that, especially because you were here and you're also battling with a lot of pain. And I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody that's amazing members. And thank you for all the donations. I appreciate that. I will be back on Friday because I promised Zebby I would. So I'll be there, I think 7 p.m. GMT. I'm hoping I'm not running late. See you guys. Air kisses. Bye bye, guys. Love you. Miss you already. Bye bye.